It's awesome.
And there he is, Martin Owen. There he is, Matt. There is the Emperor.
Is that him?
There he is.
In the blue.
In the black. In the blue square. In the blue square, yeah.
In the blue lagoon.
He is. The Emperor of Donuts, we call him. The Emperor of everything, he's more affectionately known as. Right, let's flick onto the grid. Follow the first one off. So that's Koenig leading us around. Okay, let's see what Koenig's got in the tank for a opening lap. Oh. Got one of these for you. That's what he has got. Whoops. Catches the top. Sticks the nose in. And there you go. Sympathy crash from the car behind as well. So he's still got track position. So round for the first one in a 33. That's going to drop Koenig right down the pack for a moment. See how everybody else gets on as they cross the line. So yeah, Koenig now, the only one slower than Koenig on that opening lap was Eugene Galley, and I've got a funny feeling he's the white car right behind him. It might not be, but I've got a funny feeling it is. No, it's not. We know Eugene's not in the white car. What are you talking about, you madman? Okay. So back with Koenig at the moment. Goes top. That was a... Well, that was a 31.3, so maybe not as quick as I thought Koenig was going to be. Catches on the inside of the off-camber corner, which is a bit of a rarity, but struggling with the ripples. Can't quite make the ripples work this time. Rollers, double. No, double, single. Okay, so Koenig across the line. That time round was a 32.2, so not getting the laps in that we would expect, really. I think probably what we'll do is we will swap on to... Let's get some time with Manny Pansar, because I had lots of requests for Manny yesterday, on the day before. So Manny, currently about halfway through the lap, car number 2. I think that's Eugene Galley. And possibly the other one there. So Manny should be crossing the line now. So yeah, it should be that one, I think. Yes, of course. Of course. So we'll follow Manny round for a mo. Curse of the commentator. Catches the top of the first double. Goes through. Triple single. Oh, Cone of Justice takes another victim. Let's have a look at the Cone of Justice coming into play. And there you go. Cone of Justice. Across the line. So let's have a look when this one updates. So Pansar still at the bottom of the pack at the moment. And second from bottom is only Eugene that's further back. Couple of minutes left, so we'll follow Manny up to the end of this, and then we're going to find Joey Cockhill in car 6. So I'll try and find out where Joey is. Not far off the end of the lap, actually. So if you go back a couple of cars, I think that one's Joey that's just gone past, actually. Black wing, one in front. Yeah, I think that's Joey. I think. What's the number on it? The 6. It is Joey. There you go. Joey Brave through there. So, at the moment, Joey is predicted a 10-lapper. Now, it is a particularly long 10-lapper of a 10 in a 5:30 that's predicted for Joey. So, let's just see how he gets on the last few laps. No pressure, Joe. There he goes. Step up, down. Oh, nightmare for Joey there. That could be the moment. That could be the moment that puts him back into the 9 laps. Let's see, he's going to be pushing now. Hopefully not too hard, so he forces another mistake. Nicely round the wall of death. Double, double. Still braking on the straight as he goes round that first corner, though. Oh, forces the issue to get past. I think that's the number 2. He's just gone on Manny Palisar there, just shoved up the inside. So Joey coming through now. If he gets past the line this time, it's gonna be so tight. Has he got through? He has got through for the 10th lap. Joey's through. So there you go. There you go. Joey through. Has done Martin in this round. Nothing Martin can do about it now because Martin's already been out there. Oh dear. That is Manny Panesal that we're now with. So one back from that is Joey Cockhill, who we should be following. Just one back from that is the one we should be following. There you go. And that is that one done. So scores on the doors. There you go, Joey having a good look there, seeing what the scores were. A little cheeky smile on his face knowing he's got 10 laps in. So likely that we're going to have Sven on position number 5, right next to us where Martin's been stood. And these guys now coming up. Ooh, do you reckon we're going to see somebody on a stool? Oh, we are. Measure that, child. Both of them. All 3 of them. There's an old man going on there. What's he doing on the stand? Oh, no, he's not. He's decided that he's... Oh. Oh, dear. That one wasn't good enough. It was the blue stand. Not the white plastic stand that makes him super tall. So I've got a funny feeling on that post there, the first of the posts that you can see, there's a little bit of green tape. Now I think the bottom part of that tape is 1.6 metres tall, which is the requirement for there and below for you to be able to have one of the stalls. Well, I'm not convinced all of those people are lower than that bit of tape. Okay, it is going to be heat number 5 up next. You know who's in here. Give me 2 seconds and I'll be back with you.
I think they should be forced to crouch, personally. If they're over the height. It is an insurance issue. I think they should be made to crouch down if they are too tall. People like me would have to do it on our knees. But you know, safety first, as I always say. Bit of grey cloud coming in over Utrecht, it would appear. Rain is threatened, that's why we're qualifying earlier than we thought we would be. And we're knee deep into qualifying round 2 as well. Heat 5 of 11, so we're almost halfway there through the second round of qualifying. With the two-wheel drive champion, the new two-wheel drive champion, currently on pole.
Indeed, there's nothing worse than threatening rain, is there? Nobody needs to be threatened by the rain. And come over shaking its fist at you as it comes through. Oh, oh, I'm threatening you. Like that. That's what I imagine threatening rain like. What sort of threats do you think it makes?
I'm going to come down on you like a lot of water from the sky.
Yes. That's
Luke's
the threat.
Luke's just put hashtag Stoolgate. Luke, you're not wrong. Thanks for getting on board with the main story.
Yes. Yes.
Dynamite's just said, how long before the drivers are standing on top of the rostrum?
It's going to be
They're just up on the roof.
Those steps up.
just to be as high as possible.
It is funny to see everybody stood on those things, and there are definitely some people stood on them, and they were really strict on it yesterday. They were so strict on it here. Like I saw people thrown off the rostrum. I didn't see them thrown off the rostrum, of course, but they were definitely having stools taken away from them yesterday. So I don't know whether Paul. Oh, Matt, the rain is coming
What's
down.
happened? Oh no!
It is raining right now, right this very second. It's raining.
Not empty threats then. It wasn't an empty threat.
Definitely wasn't an empty threat. Maybe it heard me goading it. Darn, I've ruined it for everyone. Sorry.
It had to make an example of you.
It did, yeah.
I think you should stand in the middle of the track for the duration of the rainstorm,
No.
just to say sorry to the rain.
I might do. I'll run out there after this one and apologise to the rain gods and everybody here. Well, it is only spitting rain. So, you know, I mean, we're going to get away with this for, I would say, maybe about 5 minutes. It doesn't look like there's any particularly like big black clouds about, so it's going to be difficult, Matt. I mean, these guys are still going around pretty well at the moment. What's the lap times out there? 30s. So they're still putting 30s in after 5 laps, even with this little bit of spitting rain coming down. The track is, and obviously has been, very warm this morning with the sun on it, or when the sun's been out, so it will dry up quickly, especially with the cars going around. And I'm not seeing... Oh, we've just had one on the thing. Don't worry, stick with what you're on. We're not seeing anyone, really. I'm just trying to look at the tyres on the cars, see if they're coming off any of the corners or any bits of the track like with a bit of shine on them. And it doesn't look too bad right at the moment. It is still coming down. Like, it is still spitting out here.
No puddles.
No, I mean, the drainage is so good on this track, Matt. So good. Mm-hmm. When we had that sheeting rain the other day, there wasn't even the hint of a puddle starting to form. It just all went. But because this is slightly longer pile Astro than the 10th scale drivers are used to a really tight pile, etc., you know, it kind of holds it in the bottom of the pile for quite some time. Fly on me. Ugh. Anyway, it does seem to hold it for quite some time. So once it has rained, it doesn't tend to dry up like instantly. Like you know, we've been to Robin Hood before, and the Astro there, if it rains and it's still warm, will dry out by the end of the round. Literally, you're back on a dry track by the end of that round. So here, it's not like that. This rain, it's kind of just gone again. You know, like I'm just seeing. It is still coming down, but it's not coming down. I don't think it's coming down enough to affect anything. I don't think at this point we've got enough water coming down for the grip to have really gone out of the track, and it has stopped. We do have a breeze. It is warm. I can't tell you what the temperature is because Frank selfishly has taken his minimum maximum temperature doodah away with him.
Oh, Frank.
I was enjoying that.
Well, he's taken it to Groningen.
Who cares about the temperature there? God. Not us. Not us, Matt. We don't care. We want to know here. You've been telling these guys the minimum and maximums all week. There you go.
Yeah.
If you're disappointed by not being able to know what the temperature is here, Frank McKinney find him on Facebook or Instagram. We'll happily answer your complaints. It's
Luke says,
FRANK.
damn you, Frank. We've got some estimates coming in that it's about 20 degrees, 68 Fahrenheit is an estimate from Rimfire.
Thanks, Rimfire.
Yeah.
Well, in amongst that,
overcast.
it's still coming down, Matt. It is still coming down. We had a little break then where I thought it was going to stop, but it's not. It is not stopping. So 31s we're starting to see on the timing sheets now. This could be pretty interesting for the top heats. When they come out, could be pretty interesting for those guys. Oh, it's coming down now. Now it's coming down. You should be able to see that on the camera now. I can see it on the camera on my screen, let alone if you guys can't see it. So this is the issue with outdoor racing, is that now this track has probably lost about 2 seconds a lap out of it. So I reckon we're going to be seeing times of about 33 in this one, even though it's the heat above the one before. So car 1, Kai Koenig, Randolph Alt in 2, Kim Sitensky in 3, Marion Baresh in 4, Laszlo Phillips in 5, Eric Michels in 6, Jonas Martins in 7, Archie Bowman in the 8th car, Victor Litvenko in the 9, Marcus Veyer in the 10. Did we have a request for Archie?
We did.
Let's get it on then. Archie Bowman it is, number 8, out of the blocks, please, Wonder Jim.
Is Nigel in this one?
Oh, I think we've got something special going on. Nigel Van Katwijk.
And Eric.
Eric is, yeah, Eric we can do. Van Katwijk, I don't think we can, so we'll flick on to Eric in a minute. We've got a guest coming in with us, though.
What?
I know, the madness does not stop. The madness does not stop, but regular listeners will know this voice. Welcome to the show, Joey C-Cup Cockhill.
Hello.
Hello, how you doing?
Yeah, I'm alright.
Enjoy your heat?
Yeah, it was alright actually.
Yeah, I know it was, because you beat Martin, right?
I think so.
By a lap?
Possibly, I don't know.
Martin got 9 and a 5 dead.
I got 10 and a something or other.
That's one more than 9.
That is.
And now look, you might have TQ'd the round with that.
And now it's raining. Pretty heavy.
It's coming down pretty bad.
We love it.
How is it out there in 4-wheel drive then, mate? Because obviously 2-wheel drive was hard, right?
It's still tough.
Mm-hmm.
I found it tougher in 4-wheel drive than it has been 2-wheel drive, but I think that's because we've got more power in the cars.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's going alright.
Good.
I found a sweet spot with the car, and I've just got to stop hitting things.
You do, really. Stop going upside down and hitting things that don't move.
Cones especially. Cones and markers that are made of concrete.
And the wall of death's doing you alright, though?
Yeah, I've got the hang of it now, the entrance and the exit, so...
What's the line going through then? How are you kind of approaching it?
Kind of aiming for middle, coming as low as I possibly can, and then just sort of letting it roll off for the first little step up, and then hitting the quad.
Okay, we got that. Well, it seems like a difficult section as you come into the wall of death, fire it down, and then brake for that little roller, and then the 2 doubles.
Yeah.
It's a difficult section by the looks of it. Very entertaining to watch, but I'm sure for you guys out there it's a bit of a headache, right?
Yeah, it's kind of... I mean, you can see it better from your angle, but it's kind of unbalanced coming into it. Obviously, we can't see it very well from the driver's stand, but it just sort of unsettles the car a little bit coming onto it. And then there's a little sort of ridge underneath as you come down before the little kicker.
Oh, so yeah, down here where it kind of rejoins the track, it's almost like a little lump that lifts you off the floor, isn't it?
Yeah.
And is that kind of, are you finding that's just putting so you can't, like when you come down, are you having to back off because of that lump?
Not majorly. I naturally sort of brake anyway, coming before the kicker. So I've already started my slowdown before, just as we're exiting the wall anyway.
Yeah.
And then sort of as I get closer to it, just flipping the power a little bit, carrying it through.
Nice. And so everybody's going to want to know, how's the podcast going at the moment?
Podcast's going well.
Which one is it you guys do?
We do the Extra Lap RC podcast.
I know that. Really.
Me and Martin. Obviously, like Aidan mentioned a couple of weeks ago, he's taken a break.
He's done a lot of years of podcasting as Aidan.
He has,
and almost completely non-stop up until that point. So he's deserving of one.
Ours has been going for at least 5 years, maybe-ish. I mean, how long have I been with my wife? I think 6 years we've been together, and I think 5 years we've been doing that podcast. And like I say, we've done it every Tuesday for those entire 5 years. So he was bound to have a break at some point. Bless him.
Of course. Yeah, we all need it. Can you do us a favour, Jim? Can you just pop onto car number 6 of Eric Mitchell's for the last bit of this one? Should be about halfway through the lap. German driver. Not that helps you recognise the shell. Yeah, probably one of those coming around there now. So just looking for number 6. There, you got it? Yeah, well done. All right, follow that one to the end whilst we have a bit of a chat with Joey. Yeah, so a bit of a break for Aidan then. Any idea when he's coming back? I know the listeners have been keen to hear his voice again.
At the minute, he's not said anything. He's not given us a definitive answer. I say me and Martin are going to carry it on, but we're not going to do the same schedule that most of the listeners used to. We're going to every other week, unless something like the Euros or a Nationals in that bracket, just to sort of dilute it a little bit.
Yeah,
as it were. Like I say, we've been doing it solidly every week for 5 years, so it's...
I mean, and let's face it, you've been carrying Aidan all that time anyway.
Standard. I carry everyone, it's fine. Absolutely fine.
Favourite guest you've had on? I would say me, but I haven't been on.
Now, this one that people won't know about, we did an episode with Jason Snyder.
Oh, yeah, I've had him on previously. Yeah, great guest.
The episode was absolutely fantastic. Jason was awesome.
Yeah.
But the recording just absolutely messed itself halfway through, and we lost the whole thing.
Gutted. So
it is in the works to possibly get him back on.
Do it. He's well worth it as a guest for sure.
Scotty Ernst is always a good one. Neil Craig, solid professional that he is. He loves coming on.
You always guaranteed a little ratings boost to Craggy, aren't you?
Always. You can always guarantee the episode goes out with Craggy. We'll have 2,000 listens in the first couple of hours, and then it'll be 5.
Yeah.
But we enjoy having Neil on. He's a good character to have.
Yeah, for sure. For sure he is. No, it's nice. And do you get Lee on much anymore? Because I know Aidan loves Lee. So will we still be seeing as much of Lee now? Aidan's having a bit of a break.
We'd like to think so. Lee's a hard one to sort of nail down weekly because obviously he's got kids, he's got a job, and he's got RC to worry about as well. And
yeah, of course,
he's always a tough one. But I'm sure we can swing it somehow. I don't know how, but we can do it somehow. Nice. We'll get Robin to tell him he's got to do it.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah,
why not?
exactly.
Robin's happy. And Muzz is the one, really. Muzz puts lots of pressure on people to come on.
Yeah, Muzz is a good guy.
I wish we had him here this week, to be honest. He was great at the last Euros doing the running for us and getting guests to come on.
I tell you what, this meeting might have gone a little bit more smooth if Muzz had come over. But yeah, we'll leave that to everyone's imagination to work that one out.
I think it's been pretty good. I mean, being sat here, I've watched some of the most entertaining RC racing I've seen for many years. Those two-wheel drive finals were just bonkers. And I know really hard work for you guys up there, but as far as what we're putting out, honestly, it really was just massively entertaining to go through.
It's the stuff that you guys aren't seeing, or the guys at home aren't seeing, which is it's frustrating to say the least. Because although I didn't do the Robin Hood Euros last year, obviously my old man was there, and listening to others, Robin Hood had to jump through a hell of a lot of hoops.
They did
to sort of please EFRA and stuff, but those hoops seem to have been burnt down and thrown in the bin this week. So
the Ring of Fire from Robin Hood.
well, I was involved with that one. But yeah, it's always. It's not just seems to be a British complaint. I've seen many complaints from other countries and stuff.
Okay.
So, I mean, I give credit to the ladies that are doing the catering and the guys running around. It's spot on.
They do seem to answer requests pretty quickly. To be fair, whenever we've asked something of them, they've come back and they've jumped on it pretty quick. So,
but it just seems there's a few blind eyes being turned and a few hands on ears moments.
Would you say that young child there is less than 1.6 metres tall? And especially the slightly taller one next to him, who's also on a box. We're having box skate today. All the people stood on boxes.
I saw a guy who's probably taller than me, and he was on a box. So another one. Rules go out the window when it suits. But
they were really strict on it yesterday.
I know,
super strict on it.
But once again, EFRA.
Have you got any questions out there that have come in for Joey at all, Matt? They'll answer in a minute. He's probably just doing something else. Don't forget to like us.
Not really.
No, nobody likes me, Matt, don't worry.
Well, no, Craig Gibson says, afternoon, Joey. Alex C.
Craig.
got a Joey Cocker with a heart emoji. Craig's also saying Muzz is great. And Sergio Prodi's asking to see car number 5.
Car number 5. So car number 5 off the line, please, Wonder Jim. We'll follow that one round. And car number 5, I believe in this one.
Track is looking greasy.
It is looking greasy.
I might be getting the top 20 at the Euros somehow. Scratch that. Neil and that lot have still got to go. Yeah, they'll still be faster than me in the
Have you seen the lap times that are coming in? 40-odd seconds.
It's good for me now. I'm doing 30s. So.
Yeah, I know. Bonkers. And we've still... Oh, no, the rain has...
It's stopped, but...
kind of stopped. It's trying to stop.
Track's still a bit...
Let's not anger it. Let's not anger the threatening rain.
No, let's, because I'm just sitting in the sweet spot.
Damn you, rain. You can't rain enough. This all you got. No, it's not coming down anymore, mate. I tried, sorry. You can see it on the camera a little bit still. It is kind of just spitting, so the track is going to stay wet for a while. So this is qualifying group number 7. We've had a request for car number 5, so Michael Katzmeyer,
From Austria.
Indeed. There we go. So Katzmeyer takes us down. We'll keep an eye on Michael as he goes through for a few laps, and then we'll just pull back and do a few more, but stick with him for a mo, Jim. So what's next for you after this week then, Joe?
I've got a weekend off potentially.
Nice.
Unless the wife either has something to say about that or I find somewhere else to go racing, which is a bit mad after a week of racing. And then the week after that, we are at the last British National at Torch.
Okay. What, last one of the year or last one at Torch ever?
No, last one of the year.
Okay.
Round 6, so we were just about nearly done with it all.
Still a bit open in the two-wheel drive, isn't it?
Two-wheel drive still to play for. It's a bit...
I think Tommy can do it, Neil can do it.
Oh, there's so many different variables. I feel sorry for the bloke who's got to work it all out. Actually, no, I don't. It's my dad.
I thought you were going to say Paul.
No, it's John. John's got to do it all, bless him. But yeah.
Why is he not reffing this week then? What's the deal with that? I thought because he did Robin Hood.
Biased opinion or unbiased opinion?
Okay.
I think the stuff gone. But yeah, I mean, personally for me, it would have been a lot better if he was, because I might have got some calls going my way. And I had another.
You wouldn't have got your warning or your penalty.
I had another one today.
Did you?
Yeah.
Were you on a box?
No. I got taken out, crashed over a corner,
right,
and just carried on after someone had taken me out and pushed me over that said corner. So, but referee was like, no. But I'm like. why is the referee watching me? I'm like 6 in the heat.
You know,
He should be watching leaders, though.
He saw our video from the, what was that race we did on the indoor one? Oh my goodness, it was up all those stairs in the docks. Or was that a dream I had about us? I don't know.
That's Maritime, isn't
Maritime, that was it. We were at the final race at Maritime.
it?
We were in the same final.
Oh, was that the
And
British Winter Open?
absolutely carnage.
Oh, God, yeah. Well, I'm in it. It's going to be carnage. Absolute carnage.
You begged me for that video for ages, and I'm sure I've got it somewhere still. I'm sure I've got that race somewhere. I will dig it out. I put Russ's race up there where I kept taking him out, so I've got to put that one up, I guess, as well.
But no, it would have been a lot easier if Dad was doing it. We might not be as disgruntled as we are if decisions had maybe been made properly, but it's just my opinion. Opinions are opinions, and everyone's got one, I suppose.
Everyone has one.
But yeah, I mean, he's still doing nationals and stuff. Maybe next year or the year after.
Yeah.
I'm not 100% sure if I'm venturing off to the next Euros next year. All depends how things play out. I've got a honeymoon to go on first.
We'd love to see that. I'm also going on a hopefully honeymoon next year. How is married life now? It's not been long for you, is it? And just slightly longer than me.
No, we got married back in March. But we'd already lived together for six years, so nothing really changed on that front. She's just got to change her passport, her driver licence and bank cards and all that jazz. So
yeah, holding off on that until she's sure.
She's done her bank cards, but she's. I told her if she wants to go on a honeymoon, she needs to get a passport sorted, because we tried to time our honeymoon in with the Worlds this year.
Oh, okay, nice.
But I didn't have enough holiday left anyway, and her passport had expired, so trying to get that done was an absolute nightmare.
Let's get this one up to the end of the lap, and then just pop back a couple of cars, and just give someone else a bit of love for this one.
Get Harry Mears.
What number's Harry?
Harry is car 2.
Car 2, if we can. Let's see where car 2 is. About halfway around the lap now.
There he is.
There you
Got
go.
him. Cameraman's professional.
Jim, Wonder Jim we call him, and you can now see why.
Young Harry from the deepest, darkest parts of Cornwall.
Oh, and there's a mobile on the track. Oh, you've seen it? There's bank details in that. Okay, minute left on the clock in this one. So Harry going over. Harry, really quick driver from the southwest.
He's had some really good national results. He's in line for his F1 this year.
Is he really?
Wow. I think he's top 30, maybe top 40 for a two-wheel drive.
Lucky to get away with just touching the cone of justice there.
Oh, we won't mention that cone. That cone's everybody's best friend.
I got told off for calling it a dong of justice last year at Robin Hood. So they are now just cones rather than dongs. I mean, these don't dong anyway, so. Up the step up he goes. Oh, caught a nasty bit of a short jump on the step up.
Mayo.
So they'll all be finishing as they cross the line now. As we know, the timer on screen starts on the last car off of the line rather than the first one. So Harry coming through nicely over the last set of doubles there. You can see the track is pretty greasy, but the four-wheel drives are soaking it up pretty well. Well, I think Joey has just had some lunch brought to him. Looks like you got the special there, Joe.
Oh, look at that. I'll come and get it in a minute.
Wow. John cannot believe his ears. Joey has told him to walk away with the food he's brought for him.
He's had to pay for it, but I've told him to bugger off.
Nice. There we go. So it's Jens Becker that takes that one from Halvergrand, and Harry Mears brings it in the third spot with a 9 in a 5:31. So nines and eights. You can see how much slower this track's got.
Let's hope it improves with the big boys coming.
Well, I believe we're going to be going into group number 8, or heat number 8.
Ah, my friend Moritz.
Not Mortis.
Mortis, no. I can't say anything bad about Moritz. Moritz gives me high praise when he speaks about me.
Why?
Because he says I'm a really nice guy and I'm a legend.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, I mean, you're pretty average, really.
Yeah,
What do you want? What do you want on that?
Average is fine by me. sure please my wife.
Moritz Lautenbach from Germany, of course, in the number 1. Baptiste Roche from France in the 2. Antonio Kowalski, Austrian, in the 3. Harley Eldridge from the UK in the 4. Jolanda Weird from Belgium in the 5. Dan Pole in the 6 from Great Britain. Valentin Puziat from France in the 7. Lucas Didier in the 8 from France. Matt Peters in the 9 from the UK. And rounding us out on this one in the 10 is Rick Hamers from the Netherlands. Can't help it.
And on that note, I'm going to go and eat food.
It has been a genuine pleasure.
You're very welcome.
Come back and see me sometime.
Thank you. See you, Matt. Bye.
Take it steady. Thanks, buddy. There we go, everyone. What an absolute pleasure that was. Joey Cockhill comes in to grace us with his wonderful words. Always nice to hear from Joey. But we're going into Group 8, Matt. Group 8. Heat 8, I should say. Get around for their warm-up now. This track is still looking slippery. Oh, they do not like the black switchbacks. The black rubber on the switchbacks. Really slippery, apparently, by the looks of things. The guys and girls going through there. I knew Joey wouldn't be long after he'd seen that food. Oh man, and we've got a broken car in the warm-up. Can't see the number on it because my old man eyes won't let me see that far across the track without my glasses on. If I put them, oh, it's just craziness happens. And they're only sunglasses that I've got here anyway, so... Alrighty, so let's take Moritz off the line. Car number 1, please. Maybe we'll be starting first. Okay. Oh, yeah, loads of understeer on that corner there, aren't there? Whew. So Moritz up the step up. They are struggling now. Let's see what this opening lap's going to be like. Jim's getting hammered by the Mozzies by the looks of it. Oh, that was lovely round there. Spectacular. Not the fastest way round, but certainly good to look at. Over the bridge then, and across the line for an opening lap of a 34.3. Harley Eldridge a 36. 34 for Dan Pole. Oh, Dan Pole smoking it out the blocks. But we're going to stay with Moritz. I think my way of saying Mortis was much better. Hey, who am I to say you should change your children's names? Oh, Moritz catches the corner marker there over the bridge. Lovely little slide round the bottom corner. And I mean, it looks spectacular, but the time is just, every time those back wheels are spinning or sliding, the time is just sliding further and further and further away. And it is actually Peters, that's Matt Peters from the UK, that's quickest in this one at the moment. UK guys, obviously, pretty used to racing in the wet. There you go, around past the line again. So Lautenbach is leading at the moment. What I'm going to do, I'm just going to keep an eye on where Matt Peters is. He should be finishing about now. And Peters does jump up to the top. So let's drop back a few cars and see if we can pick up the number 9 car of Matt Peters. That should be in one of those two there, I think. Yeah, it's going to be the green one because it's much, much quicker. Oh, I say that. What's going on? Couldn't make it over the ripples. Lovely tight line round the wall of death for Peters there. Safely over the doubles. Past the other car that was sliding around in front of him. And he's now free to open the taps and get some quick laps in. Not the step up. Peters is now taking us round. 3 minutes left in this one. Oh, my word, that was as close to the cone of justice as you can get without getting caught up in it. Just scrapes the track marker on the way round the wall of death. Over the bridge, a little bit of a struggle getting through there. Let's have a look what these lap times are like. 33s. See 33s, 40s, 37s, 35s. Not awesome with it as wet as it is. We're going to keep a check on it though, because it does seem that despite the rain we had, the track isn't doing too badly. Has definitely lost a bit of pace. However, these cars are definitely not as edgy as they were going into the corners. So, you lose in some bits, you gain in others. Down the step off again. Back around into the triple single. Through the switchbacks. Out the wall of death again. Now, is he going to cut it really tight to that last bit of... just that last bit of tubing there on the exit to the wall of death. Peters over the line. Let's see. Still leading us round. So, Peters at the moment only on for a 9-lapper. 9 in a 5:04. Joey Cockill's going to be rubbing his hands after every one of these heats. I mean, we've got 3 more heats left. So you can see what a difference a little bit of rain makes. Halfway through a round, all of a sudden, those round by round scores really do mix things up sometimes. Okay, so we're going to stick with Peters for a minute. 45 seconds on the clock now. Giving Matt Peters plenty of love in this one. But we are going to stick with him there because he is doing a pretty good run in these conditions. So, nicely round the last hairpin onto the straight again. This is going to be the final lap. So Matt Peters with a 31. Couple of 31s for Matt Peters in this one. So even in the wet, even with it slippery, Matt Peters is managing to find some fairly good times out there. Round he goes. Oh, that was lovely to get through all of those cars there. Really tight line round the wall of death. And over the line for the final time. Oh, man, look at that for a time. 9 in a 5:01. So there's definitely 10 lappers coming back in. Definitely some 10 lappers coming back in today, Matt. But it is Matt Peters.
Glad to hear it.
Good. Matt Peters that takes that one. Harley Eldridge follows up. 9 in a 5:08. 5:09 for Lautenbach. Hamers, 9 in a 5:11. 9:5:16 for Didier. 9:5:23 for De Weerd. 9:5:24 for Pole. Roach, a 9 in a 5:28. Kowalski doesn't seem to have started. But Pusiat rounds out the bottom of that one in a 7 in a 5 dead. So some struggling more than others. Heat 8. Going to be coming up next. Round 2 qualifying for your EFRA 1/10 Buggy Euros 2023. We're RC Racing TV and we are here in association with Schumacher, X-Ray, S-Works, Hobbywing and Brudog.eu. Top manufacturers and suppliers out there. Go and check them out. And whilst you're checking them out, you can click like and subscribe on the YouTube channel. Leave a comment on the video.
Nice.
If
Ding
you
the bell.
subscribe, ring that bell. We'll ring your bell every time we go live or put something awesome out for you to watch.
We're currently live at 3 events right now, all at the same time,
No message.
which is fun. Busy old day, but we wouldn't have it any other way.
Okay, who's in this one? Hubert Honegall, Lee Martin, Florent Gallup, Luke Holdsworth, Jamie Gabrielson, Ben Smith, Elias Johansson, Tim Jubel, Josh Holdsworth, and Sen Powells. So these guys and girls go around for their warm-ups.
It's raining again.
It is raining. It really is raining again, Matt. So we've had one round with a slight break from that rain, and now it's back. And honestly, I see Joey Cockhill hopping, both hands in the air. He's not even eating his food. He's given it up because he knows he's on for a good score in this round now. He knows he's on for a really good score. Not only does he know he's on for a really good score, he knows on the round where he's on for a really good score, he beat Martin Owen. What more could anybody want from a day? So, he's going to be going off. I think it's going to be Lee Martin leading us out. So we'll follow Lee for a little bit. Try and get through a few of them if we can. Okay. Let's see how multi-European champion Lee Martin can handle these wet and slippery conditions. Versed in driving in the wet is Lee. Oh, goodness, that was a wide old line round the off-camber, wasn't it? Triple single, pretty tight to the old cone of justice there. The cone of justice has taken a wee battering today. Double, no, is she there for Lee? Oh, bit of a slide. So Lee Martin comes across the line at an opening lap. 35 seconds. 35 seconds. Well. You can see how much the rain changes things. Those switchbacks are not pleasant for the guys out there when it's like this, but wow, what a power slide round that wall. So this time round, Lee Martin crosses the line and gives us a 34.5. And you know, Lee's only predicted a 9 and a 5.13 at the moment. And that is not enough. Not enough to get a good score in this round. I'm sure a few of them will be writing this round off as a if you could stand here and see the rain that I can see coming down. I don't know how well you guys at home can see it on the camera, but it is pouring right now. Pouring down. And it's that really rubbish rain that gets you wet. Ben Smith looks like he's popped himself up into the 2 spot for a moment. Oh, it's Jamil Gabrielson though. He's gone above that. So, we are going to see if we can pick up Jamil, the 5 car, if that's possible. Maybe just about halfway through the lap right now. So, the number 5. Is that the 5? Yeah, isn't that one? Yeah, I think it's that one. So, bit of a challenge for Lee. 1 second between them. Two seconds on the overall, though, predicted time. So 5.18 and a 9 for Lee, 9 and a 5.20 for Gabrielson. So a couple of seconds to make up on the predicted times there. Oh, look at that. Lovely bit of... Just flick the back end round and just power it back down. Oh, lovely slide round the corner. There we go. Roller. Oh, can't make the double. I'm losing a lot of time now with the rain coming down. stuffing it into the pipes, all sorts going on. So this time would have really ebbed away from Gabrielson. Was up at the top. Lee Martin sort of must have had a bit of a nightmare. And Lee's crossed the line already. We're going to see now where Jamil ends up. So across the line now. Timing updated. So it's Ben Smith that's taking it up at the front of this one. Okay, we'll leave Jamil there. We'll try and find Ben Smith if we can. Car number 6. Ben is about halfway around the lap. It'll be Lee Martin there. So I think just in front of Lee. Oh no, just behind. There you go. That's possibly Ben. That is the 6 car. Okay, so Ben probably about quarter of the way through the lap now. It's coming up to about halfway. That's the 4. So one in front, maybe? Ben should be crossing the line roughly now-ish. Not crossed it yet, so I think it's that one that crashed. That one there. There we go. All right, so that's Ben. Ben was leading. Hubert Honigle's gone in front now. That crash from Ben knocked him off the top spot, but everybody else seems to be crashing around him as well. So Hubert Honigle's taking us around, but we'll stick with Ben Smith to the end. There we go. Pushes it round. We'll see what Ben's got in the tank to finish this one out. Yeah, Ben doing 38 on his last lap, so definitely dropped him back. 9 in a 5.22 for Ben. 9 in a 5.22.9 for Honegal. Lee Martin, 9 in a 5.33. 5.26 for Gabrielson. 5.26 for Jubel. 5.32 for Johansson. All in the 9s. Everybody else on 8 laps there. Tough heat. But still Joey Cockhill, I think, has outqualified every single one of them. Jumping for joy. It's going to be Joey. Hi, Neil Bades. Send me a message just to say he's tuned in. Glad you're liking the sound of the show. It's just how we roll. Well, that was Group 9. And now we've got the last 2 groups coming through. 2 heats coming through for this one. So rain is still coming down.
Is it?
Yeah. Yeah.
You'll be interested. You'll be interested to know that our other live stream in Groningen, 2 hours up the road, is completely dry. And our other live stream over in Austria is bright sunshine. So, unfortunately, Utrecht's got the worst end of the weather deal right now.
Well, we are racing off-road, so bring it on.
Bring it on.
Come on, Rain, what you got, eh? You threatening Rain, you?
Yeah, let's have some snow.
Yeah, bring it. Snow, blizzards, gales. Couldn't handle it, Matt. That's why I ain't doing it. Couldn't handle it. Couldn't handle the pressure from us. So I don't think we're going to see that 27.1 second lap from Carup get toppled just yet. Certainly not in this round. Up next we've got heat number 10. It's confusing when that one comes up. So car 1, Wesley Van Helmond. 2, Clement Boda. Davide Ongaro in the 3, Tommy and Jamie Hall, respectively, in the 4 and 5 cars. Una Hatlin in the 6, Pekka Ivan 7, Alexander Landon in the 8, Neil Cragg, the People's Champ, in number 9, and Jesper Rasmussen in the 10. I mean, Ongaro should be leading us out in this one, because I think you TQ the first round? TQ the first round. We've got a little update on the, we've got a little TQ round thingy that we can just give everybody an update with.
Well, it will include the heat. It will include the results so far.
Oh, okay.
Of this round.
We'll do it on the end.
Okay.
Okay, so they're coming round now up to the line. So I think Ongaro's going to go off first. I think, which will be the blue one.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
There you go. Oh, wow. You can see how treacherous it's got out there. Oh, that front end of the car is really pushing, but still goes for the double single. So, Ongaro maybe trying a different line in the way. Oh, and he's got caught up on the off-camber corner. Will not be happy about that. Through the switchbacks nicely, though. Pushes up to the wall of death. Power slides around there. Four-wheel drifting. Okay, so 3 goes. Got past that one again. It's Clement Boda that's... oh no, it's Tommy Hall. Alexander Landon actually is the one that's leading us out. We'll stick with Ongaro for another lap and then we'll pick Landon up. Wow, but Pecco and Van Helmond have both come through with some good laps. However, these guys, oh my goodness, Wesley Van Helmond, 9 in a 5:18 predicted. See some 8s coming through for like Tommy Hall, Ongaro and Jamie. Wow. Okay, so let's see if we can pick up Alex Landon in the 8 car. Just crossed the line a second ago. Be an orange car, there he is, yellow wheels. So this is Landon. Just in front you can see Neil Cragg there in the red and white. Obviously we're sticking with Landon though. For the moment, it's Neil Cragg just in front of him that's leading this one at the moment. So we've got the right 2 cars in the screen, I think. Saying that, Landon's dropped way down. Come back up a bit now though. So it's Neil that's leading us through. So we'll get Landon up to the end of this one and then just flick forward so that we're focusing all of our attention on Neil after that. Because he seems to be doing pretty well in these conditions. Landon just struggling a little bit through there. But again, I think a lot of these guys are going to probably scratch this one off because the conditions haven't been the same for everyone. It will skew the scores quite a bit when it comes to working out the round scores, because you've had some of the early heats on a very, very dry, very, very fast track, and then these later heats on the wet, slow, slippery surface. So it is how outdoor racing goes, but of course it does tend to shake the order up a little bit and can make for some really, really interesting finals. Really interesting finals. Whoa, Craggy there, keeping the power in all the way round. Let's see how he gets on as he crosses the line. Cragg back up to the top. So, yeah, what a change around. What a change around. You're not really used to seeing these guys struggle like this. We seem to have somebody else with a big camera on the track there. Look at that fancy camera there. Jim's going to be jealous of that one, I'm sure. And he's got a rain cover on it. So Craggy up with a little bit of traffic now. Hopefully they're all going to work together. They do. Minute and 20 left on this one. It's still Neil Cragg out in front. Tommy Hall's managed to sneak back up into the 2 spot above Jesper Rasmussen. Oh, the power slide round there from Craig is awesome. Okay, can't make the double. Makes the second. Let's see as he crosses the line. Has he still got it? Still up at the top. Now it's 0.2 of a second between Tommy Hall and Neil Cragg. So I think if we go forward, just to finish this one out to Tommy Hall, another 2 cars forward, I think. Another one again. There he is. So Tommy Hall will definitely come through for this one. There he goes. So until Craggy crosses the line. Oh no, Craggy's dropped into second now. So it's 0.1 of a second between them. So Tommy seems to be taking out about 0.2, 0.3 of a second on Neil's laps. Every lap round. And we'll see what happens when he gets over the line in the end though. Nicely round there for Tommy. And Garo just behind him. So Tommy now crosses the line, 9 in a 5:21. Now then, let's see what Neil's got. Neil will be crossing the line about now. So Neil will be 9 in a 5:22. Okay, so Tommy Hall taking this one then. I cannot see anybody else getting any better than that, to be fair. And it's only Pecco to finish. There we go, all done. So Tommy Hall from Neil Cragg, 5:21, a 5:22 for Cragg. Hatnam 5:24, 25 for Rasmussen, 26 for Ongaro, 27s for Boda and Van Helmond. And then a 5:30 for Pecco. And Landon gets a 5:33, all on 9 laps. Jamie Hall, unfortunately missing out on the 9th lap, does 8 in a 5:04. Wow, you're pulling out all the fancy tunes for today, Matt.
Look at that sea of stalls. Look at those stalls. Just strewn like a tsunami of stalls.
It's like the aftermath, isn't it? Oh, there's one.
Add another one. Bring another one. Bring your own stall.
Noah Ben Mohammed has chosen his stall. You're just going to stand on it, make sure he's happy with it. Anyone else on a stall? Barak Killick.
Yeah,
of course he needs a stall. And of course Bruno Coelho needs a stall. Of course he does. Of course Bruno's less than 1.6 metres tall. I might just go up there and stand on a stall. I'm nearly 2 metres. I'm just going to get on one.
Rain watch. What are we saying?
Yeah.
What are we saying? So, is it coming down or what?
It's pouring down.
Is it really?
Yeah, have a look on camera too.
Yeah. Ugh, that's not nice, is it?
So at this point, what you're going to find is the marshals are going to get less and less willing to put those yellow jackets on that have just been out there in the pouring rain.
Put a freezing cold, wet waistcoat on.
Not just a freezing cold, wet waistcoat, but a freezing cold, wet waistcoat that somebody that may have been a little bit sweaty was wearing only a day ago in the very warm sun. So wet and sweaty, with more rain coming down to wash that sweat into your own clothes. You can see why I used to refuse to wear them in the rain. Not saying that everybody's sweaty. You do get the odd one. Nobody likes to put on somebody else's sweaty clothes, do they? Especially pants. Ooh, terrible when you have to do that.
Alan O'Brien's in a bad mood, I think.
Is he really? There's a shocker.
Craig Gibson.
What's Alan upset about?
He's been moaning all day, but
has he? Go on, tell me what Alan's been moaning about.
Craig Gibson said, "Has it rained?" And he went, "Nah, it snowed, Craig." So he's not having any of it.
Yeah, that's Alan. That's Alan. Go on, follow Gareth off. As you can see, the snow coming down. Come on, I don't know how Gareth got away with that. You can see the rain on our camera now. It's yeah, it's definitely still coming down. I guess if nothing else, it makes it kind of even for the top 8. They're all wet. Carrot not really struggling over the doubles. Kicks it out a little bit off of the bridge. Slides through the first corner. Can't punch it up the main straight because he would just be doing circles. So Kobevek's taking it up at the front. Carrot's 35, so there really isn't much in it. There's not a lot you can say at this point to say who would really be out in the front on one lap. So it's Kobevek with the fastest opening lap, we'll say. Give him another couple of laps to settle in. I think Carrot's pulling a little bit of the gap there. Is it Orlowski behind him? Yeah, he is Orlowski behind him. Okay, so Kobevek. Daniel Kobevek. Oh, Carrot's having a nightmare, Matt. He's having a terrible time out there. Probably not enjoying these wet conditions so much. The defending four-wheel drive European champion Marcus Carrot. Wow, there's a lovely slide round there. I'm not sure that second car did not get away with that, though. So I think that was Orlowski that had a bit of a nightmare on the wall. It is, because he hasn't come through yet, so there you go. Kobevek's obviously had a nightmare as well, because Newman now is up into the 2. I know it's Noah Ben Mohammed's up into the 2, but nobody is really keeping the steady pace of Marcus Carrot. Now, Carrot's predicted a 9 in a 5/16. Now, we know at this point that the round scores are going to be a little bit skewed. I mean, Joey Cockhill got a 10. So, he would have currently, if we go on the scores that are on there at the moment, out-qualified current four-wheel drive European champion Marcus Carrot, 7-time European champion Jorn Newman, multi-time runner-up of the European Championships, Michael Orlowski, Martin Bayer, Bruno Coelho, world champion, multi-world champion in many disciplines. I mean, come on. Joey Cockhill, lap up on all of them. And actually, Martin Owen's got a better time than all of these guys. Oh, Carrot's over. Let's have a little switch back on that one. Comes over, tries the double, noses it in, and the back end just bounces and flicks him over. Can't quite get that car back, but the marshal's there. Okay, let's see what that does to the times as Carrot comes over the line. Oh, it's not going to be doing good things to the times for Carrot, I'm telling you now. So there you go. It is Newman up in front. So we'll try and find him. Should be a couple of cars back from there. There he is. Oh, no, I don't think that. We'll double check. Maybe that is Newman. And check as he goes over the line. I thought you had a slightly different shell to that. Yeah, it was the orange one. Go back on that orange one, mate. Yeah, so he's had a bit of a nightmare there and dropped right back down. Only a minute left in this one, so it's short-lived at the top for Newman. And we're following through to the end of this one. Orlowski seems to be taking it, though. But again, who knows? Who knows? Last lap then for Newman. didn't want that on the last lap. Did not want that one. He was up in the running around in third in this one up until then. But as we say, this is going to really, really put the cat among the pigeons. We'll see at the end of this what the round scores are. Rain still coming down. Still coming down. So there you go. All into finishing times. Orlowski takes it from Newman. Newman 909 in a 5.16. 9 in a 5.15 for Orlowski. Noah Ben Mohammed 9 in a 5.17. And then that seems a bit weird that Daniel Kovacic with oh no, hang on. Sorry, 9 in a 5.18 for Newman and Noah Ben Mohammed. 5.17 for Orlowski. Sorry about that. Looking at the predicted times again. Alright, 2 more rounds to go in this one. Heat 1 and Heat 2. And this is going to be how it stands, so I can't see the first 2 heats changing things too much. Okay, so you can see the difference there. Orlowski getting a 2 and a 28. I reckon that 28 might be the one that drops. But your top 10 up there on the screen for you. So, oh, there you go. Kerup, Orlowski, Kovacic, Newman, Coelho, Noah Ben Mohammed, Davide Ongaro, Matt Scottsall, Clement Boda, and Tommy Hall sneaks himself into the top 10. Yeah, the rain is a bit weird. You know, it's kind of still coming down. Kind of. Not like it was.
So, to me, are they just pushing ahead? Because from what the schedule says...
We started on Heat 3, remember?
Yeah. Of course. Silly me.
Silly old you. I mean, this is the one with Oliver Roots here in it, so how you could forget that, I don't know. Paul Wood's in it as well from the UK. Peter Frillingsdorf from Germany. He is also there in car 3. Robert Scar in car 4 from Norway. Stephen Martins from Belgium in car 5. Tim Donk from the Netherlands in 6. Bruno Beyer, Estonian driver, in the 7. Mike Moyes in 8 from Great Britain. And Brian Preddy in the 9 from the UK as well. Any requests?
Well, I'm glad you asked.
Thank you.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Alrighty, go with the first one.
Car 4.
Car 4 of Robert Scar. Followed him round in the first one, so we'll swap about a little bit in this one.
Car 8. Car 2.
Try and give everybody as much time and love as we can. We'll just give Robert the opening lap. So, Robert Scar, first time over the doubles in the wet. Doesn't seem to be doing too bad. Over the line he goes for an opener of a 39.07. Alright, so he is quickest man out on track at the moment. Everybody else into the 40 seconds. So Robert Scar, the only one sub-40ing the opening lap. Boosh down there, over the step over. Double, catches the top of the last double. Too sure, looked like he was carrying plenty of speed through there, so I'm guessing this must just be the way the track is, or where that jump throws you up on that side. Single, double. Okay, so we'll follow Robert up to the end of this one. And do you know what, just for a laugh, Matt, should we follow Brian Preddy?
Yeah, why not?
In the 9 car, why not? Let's give Brian a little bit of time. We know how Brian loves driving in the wet. So he is about coming up to halfway around the lap. So probably one of those gaggle going through the, so one of them somewhere. Not too familiar with Brian's shell. We'll see as they go through. Looking for the number 9. Single for Brian. Doesn't even attempt the step up at the moment. Just wants to keep it on its wheels. No, you can blame him, really. There you go, round he goes through the switchbacks. The cars don't look like they're struggling through there as much as I thought they were, considering that's like a weird rubbery type of surface. Oh dear. Brian nearly caught the RCTV cone of doom. The camera cone of doom. Didn't though. Escaped it, luckily. There's a surprise bucket of sand in amongst those cones as well. Okay, triple single for Brian. Punches it through. Over the wall ride. Oh, favouring that ridiculously wide line there, but hey, if it gets you through, it gets you through. It's the end of the straight. All right, let's see if we can pick up car number 1. Oliver Rutter. Oliver should be most of the way through his laps. So probably somewhere around the double doubles around now. Is that the one? I think that's the one, isn't it? Yeah, of course. Of course it is. Right, we'll stick with Oliver till the end. Thank you all for tuning in. Don't forget to drop us a message on the chat if you are watching. Love it when you get involved. Let us know what you think of the track, the rain, and anything else. What are you having for tea? Are you racing this weekend? Oh, Brian just catches the pipe on the inside of the up slope of the wall of death. I would imagine it's Oliver, of course. I'd imagine that it's definitely going to be the last lap. Definitely the last lap. So we'll see what they do as they all start to cross the line and finish. Robert Scar, 8 in a 5:18. Mike Moyes finishes with a 7. Stephen Martin's 8 in a 5:27, 8 in a 5:31 for Rutter. Vea, 8 in a 5:41. Okay, most of these guys on 8s. Peter Friedlingsdorf either pulled off or broke after 3 laps, so not too sure what's happened to him there. But you've got Scar, Martins, Rutter, Weyer, Donk, Bradywood, Moyes and Friedlingsdorf. Best laps 38. A little bit of a rain watch update. It has stopped raining.
Sounds like there's a team manager meeting after the next heat. That's the end of the round anyway, so there's going to be a short intermission while the team manager meeting happens.
I'm not sure there is actually, because they're going up.
No, after this next one, after heat 2.
Oh yeah, okay.
Heat 2 ends the round, and then there's a team manager meeting, so there may be a short intermission. It might mean you can get some food, Matt and Jim. Never know.
Oh,
Be nice,
that sounds great. Yeah, I'd love some food. Sure, Jim would like some food as well. We all like food, obviously. Okay, so last one, Heat 2. Brett de Niels from Belgium. German Lena Hertgen in the 2. Loic Didier from France. And Alexandra de Brosis from France in the 3 and 4, respectively. UK driver Chris Bowden in the 5. Miklas Sabados from the UK in the 6. Kenny Arts in the 7. Danny Clays in the 8. Sebastian Fensk in the 9.
Hi guys. Thanks for the top coverage, says Andy Booth. Tommy
Thanks,
Tansley
Andy.
says, can you follow Miklos in this race?
Of course.
Tommy Tansley also said, hi Matt, can you give a shout out to us guys racing at the Roger Wood meeting at Bury on Sunday? I don't know if he wants the shout out on Sunday or if he wants a shout out now for the guys racing on Sunday. But
I'll do my best to remember, but I'm not going to be about on Sunday because we will already be home. But massive shout out to the guys doing the Roger Wood Memorial meeting that will be on this weekend at the wonderful Bury Metro Club up in Manchester. So why don't all you guys out there get involved and going and doing a race meeting this weekend? Hopefully it will be dry, unlike it is here at the Rayco 2000 facility in Utrecht today.
Question, how do these guys prepare mentally for these events? And that's from Andy Booth.
That's difficult. They've all got their own way of, coping mechanisms and, calming themselves down, geeing themselves up and all of that sort of stuff. Most of them mentally prepare by making sure their cars and equipment are at the top standard that they could possibly make it. Because if you haven't got that on your mind, if you're not worried about whether you've changed your shock oil, got new tyres on, rebuilt your diff, checked all your bearings, levelled your wing, if you do that, if you do all of that stuff, if you get your car right and you've got confidence in it, your confidence is already there. What more mental preparation do you need if you're already confident? So, my tip to everybody, spend more time getting your car ready before a race. Don't just turn up with it as it was from the last race meeting with bits hanging off of it and dust and crap and all sorts, rubbish and stuff hanging off of it all over the place. Strip it down in between races, rebuild it, check for broken bits, replace them, make sure it's right for the next one, put your setup on it for that you know is going to work at the track from the drivers that have been there and done well before. And then you get out there, and when you get up on the rostrum, you're going, I know my car's going to work. Put all that time into it. I've checked everything. If you don't, and you go out there, what are you going to be thinking about? Oh, I wish I'd done that diff. Maybe not go around the corner because my diff wasn't rebuilt, and now I've got a panic in between rounds, and my head's all over the place. I can't get food because I've got this to do and that. Man, the mental game's easy to get on top of if all of your stuff works. Then again, most of these guys are here with sort of families, and they're pitting with a few different people, so they will be helped through those sorts of things. But for me personally, and I don't know if you want me to go out there and ask some of these guys how they mentally prepared, but I would imagine the majority of them will tell you by prepping their car right, and making sure their equipment's good.
If we get a guest or two, maybe if we get a guest or two this afternoon, they might also give an insight. Don't know. It's a good point.
Do. It will depend if I remember to ask them. So do remind me when we get a guest or two in. Hold on.
Roger.
Trish. He's ignoring me. Sorry, say again, Matt. You were about to say.
No, just Roger that.
Oh, okay. Right.
Reminding you. We want to hear from who can we get? Lucky Dip, I guess, on the guest front.
Who do you guys want to hear from? Who do you want me to go and pester into getting in? Bruno.
Sven Rudig. Nice chap.
Well, I can see Bruno right there. Let's see if I can catch his attention.
Well, you don't want to go into your lunch break.
I'm
You've
not
got
sure why.
2 minutes to your lunch break.
We seem to have spectators and stuff on the inside of the track.
That's curious.
Yeah, very, very strange situation. Oh, I wouldn't
Request
leave
for
that
car
camera
number
there, mate.
1.
See if you can
Car
find
number
car number 1, which is, of course, Brent Daniels. Brent is just coming up towards the end of his lap, so one of those 3 cars there. Okay, so give Brent a bit of time if you can. Blue and white. Oh, I've lost Bruno. I think he's probably gone into the loop. So, yes, mental prep. I'm not too sure what's going on down there, actually. Very strange. I don't know if that's actually somebody from like the local media that's come to do a bit of coverage. So we're still with Daniels at the moment. Let's have a look. 32s coming in. 32 second laps, 32, 32, 34s for everybody else. 36s down the bottom there. Miklos has done a fast lap of a 34.5 for those of us, or those of you following Miklos. There we go, just coming past me now are the 2 that are, oh dear, you don't want to stand there. So when the cars come round the wall of death, you're going to see the position that these two have put themselves in the firing line. Oh, man. I don't think safety regs over here are not quite what they would be in the UK, I'm pretty sure. Hey, here we are. Daniels then. We're still with Daniels at the moment. Taking us down to the wall of death. Let's see. Gets round there without maiming anybody. Good job there. Well done. Cuts up the inside past the line. One more lap to go. And these guys will be finished. I feel like leaning out the window and telling the lady to put a luminous jacket on. Goodness me.
A wet one.
Paul Worsley must be having a kitten over there somewhere. Okay, time's over. That'll be the race finished. So, these guys all through. Oh, we had a couple of 10-lappers. Brendan Niels and Alexandra Dobrosis. 10s in a 5:31. Wow. Who saw that coming? It wasn't me. I didn't see it coming. I did not see it coming at all. Okay, so sounds like you know more than I do about this managers meeting, so I think we are on a wee bit of have a break for a few minutes. I'm going to run off, and I'm going to see if I can pester Paul Worsley to find out exactly what's going on for a second. So, we'll be back soon. So last couple of corners, Tommy Hall comes through. Down the straight goes, European champion for 2022. What a race, what a championship.
That's crazy, man. I can't believe it.
Flicks it up nicely through the step up into the switchbacks, and your European four-wheel drive champion Marcus Carup takes it across the line.
Good, making my dad proud means a lot to me, so it's good to win.
High-flying, fast, and action-packed. Modeled on classic off-road racing buggies and racing on tracks inspired by stadium off-road racing, this is 1/10 scale buggy racing. Originally designed to replicate the early rear-engine, rear-wheel drive desert dune buggies, modern scale racers also feature mid-engine layouts and both 2- and 4-wheel drive. Underneath the sleek racing bodies, each racing buggy features exotic materials like advanced composites, carbon graphite, aerospace aluminum, and the latest advanced electronics. Racers stand high above the track to see the full racing circuit and all of its jumps and dips, precisely controlling their cars using computer radios to manage the steering, throttle, and braking, and racing for the win. Racing in groups of up to 10 cars for 5 minutes at a time requires excellent reaction speeds and perfectly prepared cars. Large jumps are impressive for onlookers, but passing in the air requires finesse and a good amount of luck. Every aspect of the car is completely tunable, from the aerodynamics and tires, the suspension including shock springs and tire angles, and of course the electronics. These aren't the toys you grew up with. These are highly engineered racing machines designed to compete against the very best.
Marshall, room 6, room 7, you've got track time. Marshall, please come on. Track's open. Group number 7 on the track. interrupted in your heavy rain, so you've got your heat between group number 10 and group number 11. Between group number 10 and group number 11, you can come out and get your 5 minutes on these conditions also, you guys, because you're interrupted with the heavy rain. Group number 6, you can have your run after group number 10. 8 is on the track, then we got 9. Yeah, and if you're after group number 12, you will have group number 6 in it, and then group number 11 will follow up. Then we go into the normal schedule. 30 seconds, guys. Time to break. Please, all around to the pit, please. It's time. No more left, guys. for the rerun under this position. Group number 10, first up, then we got group number 6. But first, group number 10. Open. Take it easy for the first lap, guys. Number 6, you are next, group number 6, you got that time next, group number 6. One 30 to go, 130. Group number 6 after group 10. Group number 6 after group 10, yeah? Thank you, Wesley. Need a volunteer on the 3. Thank you so much for helping out. Group number 1, guys. You can make it ready. Group 1. You can make it ready, guys. Oh, come on, guys. Don't make stuff hurry this way.
And we're back. Looks like we had a heat around a free practice to dry the track. I don't think that worked because it rained throughout most of it. So unless the buggies had giant umbrellas attached to them, which would probably not help with their aerodynamicism. Not necessarily any drier than before we started, but there's not a lot we can do about the weather. Anyway, it would appear, starting with Heat 5 for Q3. I'd like to thank X-Ray, S-Works, Rudog.eu, Hobbywing and Schumacher for supporting this coverage of the EFRA four-wheel drive Offroad 1/10th Off-Road European Championships 2023, coming to you live from Utrecht. We are RC Racing TV, and in the booth trackside we've got Mr. Matt Guppy.
Hello.
Yo.
I thought you were going to do that thing that they do at Glastonbury, where they go, I'm going to introduce my band on the drums. We've got on the
Yeah.
Love that. Like,
So Jim will just sort of do it. Introduce Jim and he does some camera work, and then we introduce
zooming in and zooming out,
and then we introduce James and he taps on the keyboard
and he just turns the stream off.
That's not like him.
Shows us his wizard sleeve because he's into all kinds of wizardry.
So is it feeling a lot drier now, or is it a bit wetter now?
No, it's absolutely a completely pointless round of drying the track. There was like no point in that whatsoever. It peed it down, and everybody had to run for it. I've got a couple of videos of the rain like bouncing off of the marshals. So the hour ahead that we gained this morning, we're now back where we are, and certainly no better off for it. So I think
other
it would have
change,
been more sensible to have just gone for it. But hey ho.
The other change is that we were only doing 3 rounds of qualifying, and now we're trying to do 4 rounds of qualifying.
Yeah, it seems that way. But who knows? Who knows in this crazy championship we're going through right now. I do know that it's Heat 5 up at the moment, though. Or Heat 5. About to...
They're in a warm still in their
go.
warm-up laps?
I mean, they've done a lot of warm-up laps.
Yeah.
And there's only 3, 4, 5 of them. There's only 5 of them up there. So unless we've lost and actually physically lost humans from Heat 5... Oh, no, there's another one. Okay. They're gradually coming through for the 3:10 start. We were promised from... It was actually... What are we? Q3. So, yeah, this would have been 3:17. So about 10 minutes behind schedule now. But... Oh, let's throw my papers all over the place. But we have got the guys from Heat 5, guys and girls from Heat 5, heading up. Bit by bit. Not too sure that I'd want to be just ragging my car around at this point. But you never know. I might just take a bit of the edge out of the batteries, make them a bit smoother out of the corners so it stops that wheel spin. Just burn a bit of that initial punch out of the battery with these sort of warm-up laps. And I suppose these cars realistically are going to go for, what, 15 plus minutes on the batteries they've got now? Probably fairly easy 15 minutes, to be honest. But that all comes down to the way you drive the car. Once we've got an idea of exactly what's going on, I'll start introducing these. Okay, so they're pulling the cars back in, and the marshals are going in. So maybe that wasn't Heat 5. I thought it was. I thought I saw some of the guys from Heat 5. Maybe it wasn't Heat 5. No timing on. I know there was a couple of rounds that got rained off, so during this track drying session where we had all of the rain, there were a number of heats that kind of ran in as they were partway through, so I'm guessing that may well have been, because we've already had a Heat 11, they've already come out, so that might have been one of the practice heats that didn't get a chance to get a full round of practice time in. So, and they were doing all of those off of a stopwatch rather than on the timing system. Hence, no timing coming through, not being able to see what they're doing. Blah blah. As you'll see now, though, we do have what looks like a full complement of drivers up on the stand. And if this is Heat 5, which I believe it is, car 1's going to be Thomas Lepap. And we've got Nigel Van Katwick in number 2, Peter Stein 3, Simon Stegmaier in the 4, Elias Jordan in 5, Remy Bertrand in the 6, Cedric Didier 7, Victor Isaac 8, Dick Dawn in 9, and Carl Volta in 10. Now, do you know what? Pekko Ivanen roughly grabbed me by my shirt collar, shook me a little bit and said, "Why did you not follow me on that last go-round?" Something like that. He's not French, but, I mean, I was close to his accent.
It sounded a bit like a French
He grew a moustache and had a
musketeer.
stripy top on.
Right.
Started riding a bike with a big string of onions.
Okay.
And that's when he did it. But he said, I was absolutely throwing the car at everything in that last round. How could you not have filmed me? And then I obviously had a massive guilty conscience about it. So I promised him that in the next go round we will give Pekko a bit of love, and we'll just see how hard he's going to be throwing the car around. So you're going to be looking out for that one. Where is Pekko? I think he's Heat 10, isn't he? Is Pekko? I think, yeah, he is. But Heat 10. Put a little line next to Pekko. Line.
Are you going to sing whilst he goes round?
What would you like me to sing?
A song that you've composed about Pekko.
I mean, I do a lot of my composing on the spot, to be fair.
Right.
I'd like to dedicate this one. Yeah, so, I mean, still no timing going on. So I'm assuming, because nobody official has told me yet, I'm assuming this is just still practice going on. And maybe they're still trying to dry the track. Maybe we're just going to get 4 rounds of qualifying in, and they've decided to do another round of practice to dry the track out. But from the information we had, we should have already started qualifying for Q3 at this point.
And the timing on the local screens is not doing anything either, right?
No, nothing at all. No, so on our if you look on the RCTV feed screen, that comes straight off of it, doesn't it?
Pretty much.
Yeah. So from what we can tell, we're still in practice mode. Would you like me to run off and go and see Paul Wesley a minute? Okay, I'm going to fade out.
Well, yeah. Okay. Play some hold music. It's always good to be live at a developing picture, isn't it? You know it's live. The rain has not stopped you guys from commenting along, which is absolutely fantastic. And we've been attending to different issues, and we haven't paid enough attention to you guys, and for that I'm sorry. Winding back through hordes and hordes of messages, trying to see where I should start reading from. Wow. X-Tech 101 saying slippery when wet. Beeklemans Dieter, Sien or Lee, Rimfire, like, with loads of thumbs up emojis. M. Graham, where's the Euros next year? Well, the Euros, this particular Euro, is going to be in Sweden. As Alan O'Brien answers straight afterwards. Yeah, and that's fine. Talk amongst yourselves. That's great. It's great when you do that. Follow car number 7. Well, not during the practice round. There wasn't even any timing. No cars on track now, but we have had a change of marshals, which may mean you never know that we get started again. Will this qualification round count because the first heats had an advantage? No. It will count, yes. That wall of death looks like a challenge in the wet. Yes, got some great shots of it. Cars going around during the rain, and it's epic. Mark Hedling Racing is asking if Guppy's going to do any racing. Not here, but is he going to do any racing? I don't know. We'll have to ask him when he comes back on his from his fact-finding mission. Oh, here he is. Hello.
So, the fact-finding mission went a bit like this. Went a little bit like this. What's happening? Oh, I don't know. Okay, can you find out? Yes, I can. Looks on phone. The timing doesn't seem to be going. Maybe we're still in free practice. Okay. So I think we've got about 2, possibly 2 heats left of free practice, which is obviously wonderful news that the track will be hopefully bone dry by that point. But we are at the whim of race control and the weather gods right now. Yeah, a little bit up in the air, but apparently maybe 2 more heats. That's what I got told.
Okay.
All right.
Okay, so cool. In that case, you can answer this question.
Okay.
From Mark Hedling. You doing any racing, Gups?
Absolutely not, Mark. No, I don't race anymore, mate. I don't race anymore. I just talk about racing these days. Don't get me wrong. I love RC racing. I love it as a sport, as a hobby, or whatever you want to take it as. It is fantastic to do. It's so rewarding. Lots and lots of fun. The atmosphere is brilliant trackside 99% of the time. But yeah, I'm too competitive, and I get too upset with myself when I can't do as well as I would like to do. So rather than be the angry guy at the track, I now get to be this guy at the track, and I think that's a much better version. So there's your answer. No, unless it's the occasional odd appearance where somebody lends me a car and says, hey, I've paid for your race entry, come and do a race meeting, here's a car and a controller you can use. Then yeah, I'll come and race. I'll come and race for a laugh. But until then, yeah, all of my stuff's gone. I sold all of that after lockdown. So, I mean, I haven't even got a transmitter. I don't know who's using my transponders these days. I don't know who would be using those. It certainly didn't bring me a lot of luck. But, yes, the short answer is unfortunately not. Certainly at this point in life. Anyway, who knows? Who knows what's going to happen in 10 years, 20 years? Not me. What about you, Matt? Are you going to do any racing?
I am going to start racing, yes.
Get out of town.
I am intending to start racing, yes.
What are you going to race?
That is the plan. I'm going to race this class.
A wealthy millionaire like you should be looking at 5th scale.
I'm a penniless RC hobo gypsy. I'll be racing this class, 1/10.
Really? Have you decided on a manufacturer that you'd like to use during the 1/10 racing experiences?
I'm currently in talks. The point of it is an absolute amateur learns to race. First builds the car and then learns to race. And I'm intending to have a Yoda who will be very patient and teach me, and I'll learn what to do. No, like a really good racer, like a veteran, a really good veteran, or really good racer who will show me the ropes.
So someone
And
who
I
like,
will
maybe
go to a club meeting and see how it goes. I think it's going to be brilliant.
I think it's going to be epic, and I don't think once you've done it, you're going to be able to stop anytime soon.
No,
It's
I
really,
can't
really
wait.
good. Really, really good. And where's the local club for you?
It would be Broxtowe, the Broxtowe Club in Nottinghamshire.
I do like Broxtowe. Made my first B final at an Opel at Broxtowe.
Ah, okay. And I'm not too far from Robin Hood Raceway as well, so yeah.
You all know Robin
I'd
Hood.
love to go racing at both those tracks at club meetings and make some cool, funny content of me making a fool of myself, basically, is what's going to happen. But I'm super excited.
You'll get plenty of that, don't you worry. Plenty of funny content. Nobody out
There's
there
been
who started
so
off
many
as a
comments,
pro.
you know, there's been so many comments, and we've just been ignoring them, and I feel really bad for the viewers having all their comments ignored by us. But,
By who's-
we've been
who said
dealing-
what?
who said what? Well, can you follow Neil, please? Was one.
Oh, those sorts of comments. Okay.
Follow Wesley, please, from John Sneak. He's our Dutch hero in dark days. Interesting. Neil Twitchen saying, can they still only run yellow compound tyres?
Mm-hmm. That's the
Don't
rule.
know. We told silver's banned, so yellow, I guess.
Just
Yeah.
silver. Just yellows, yeah. Just yellows on these.
Mark Bruton Young, wet rounds a write-off, really, he says. Rimfire, although there would be several asterisks, it would be pretty cool to TQ around beating these world-class drivers.
Well, ask Joey Cockhill.
Yeah.
That's what he's done in that
Yeah.
last round. TQ'd it, but he's certainly got a better score than the many world champion and European champions that are out there on the rostrum.
I know we had quite a lot of arguments about whether it's fair or not to have rain during the round. We had quite a lot of comments. There's a handful of people blaming EFRA for the rain.
Clearly.
Which is, you're entitled to blame EFRA for rain if you want.
I've always
personally
blamed
don't
them
think
for
it's personally don't think it's really. I think it's beyond the realms of anybody's influence.
I'm
But
not convinced. There are many people out there who think EFRA has some control over the weather, and conspiracy theorists would go along with that.
Yeah.
Jim up there's nodding.
Yeah.
He's like, yeah, I know what they're like at EFRA with their weather, with their machine for the rain.
Profix 25 low. Can we have an eye on Max Gotzel? I'm copying his XB4 setups and need to check his driving style. That's a fair request. That sounds good.
Fair request.
Yeah,
Let's
we should
look
check
at
his
Max
driving
Gotzel.
style. Maybe I'll get an XB4 and I'll copy Max Gotzel's driving style, or at least his setups.
Well, I mean,
Look
he
at the
is
sun.
right,
The sun looking a lot brighter than it was earlier in that shot now.
Don't look directly at the sun.
Okay. I always made that mistake.
Well, I mean, this is the thing. If you're going to start telling people to do it, they'll listen to you.
No Name RC podcast's been on.
Keenan's been on, has he?
Yeah, that is a humongous wall, huge. Victor's saying it's just not fair.
What's not
Alan
fair?
O'Brien, I don't know. Rain needs to
life?
be cancelled apparently. Not same conditions for everyone. That kind of business.
Okay.
Alan O'Brien, Guppy, check your phone after this heat.
Okay.
That's the look of the draw. No, this is the argument about whether it's the look of the draw or whether whether it should be
absolutely the look of the
cancelled.
draw.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Alan. It is a bit like that, yes. I'm not going to repeat that, but yes, it is a bit like that. It's, if you're that worried about a bit of rain disturbing around, then racing outdoors probably isn't ever going to seem a particularly fair thing to do for you. This is the way these rounds go. This is why we have staggered starts. It's outdoor racing. It happens. You just got to deal with what's there in front of you. And yes, admittedly, all right, if we have an absolute downpour in the middle of a round, you know, it's going to screw things up a bit for like a round. And then all of the top boys are going to come back in, get awesome scores, and knock the others down again. It's not going to be that bad. Like, it's not going to be, you know, so bad that somebody that would have been in the A and possibly won it is then going to be in the B. It's just not... It doesn't really kind of work like that. You know, you might have got a 1 in round, but if you back that up with a 78, I don't think you're going to trouble the people with 3s and 4s. But hey, you know, I think you can't have it all your own way when you're racing out in conditions like this. It doesn't work. You know, lost count of how many times I've been walking the dogs, and halfway through a dog walk I've got absolutely soaked because the rain's coming down. Well,
Have you cancelled the dog walk?
Yeah, I said that's it. We're not walking anymore. We're just going to stop here. All future dog walks are banned until there is no more rain, or until it's just raining all of the time. So it's even for everyone. How dare we have something slightly out of place? And whilst we're at it, let's give a medal to everyone for being here.
Well,
I'm joking, of
but
course.
funny you should say that.
Joking.
Everyone is getting a medal. The
course they are.
50 years of EFRA coin medal,
Nice.
which I think is
Hope I get one.
fantastic.
I hope I get one, because that would be unfair, because clearly I participated in this event by bringing you all the wonderful coverage here. Not obviously just by myself, but with Wonder Jim, Matt with 1T, James Parry, who's hiding somewhere, and occasionally
in
Frank
Austria
when he was here.
Yeah. Taking his thermometer with him. Keenan wants to know if Matt or James is channeling their inner DJ. I suppose that's a comment about the music.
Maybe they are. Maybe they are.
Maybe.
I like it. I like the music. I think it's really good. I enjoy it. I'm up for this in between rounds. And whilst there's, you know, practice and stuff going on. So, I mean, is this the start? Is this Heat 5 coming up? Is it? Hold on. I'm going to just fake me out so I'm not shouting down the mic a minute.
I feel quite positive it might be, you know. Some blue sky, a little bit of blue sky there. Look, you see the timing thing refresh there? That must mean it's really happening. Oh, we're back. We're back.
Hello. Okay, so
we're back.
Heat 5.
Qualifying. Underway.
Starting with Heat 5. Here we go. Okay. We know who's in it. Any requests for anyone in Heat 5? You've had about 9 years to get your requests in. If they're not
we haven't
there,
been reading them.
If they're not there, then Matt can't find them easily. Then
can you follow Dick, please?
Of course, always. Number 9, please, Wonder Jim. Last one off the grid by the looks of things. Might not be. There we go. Dick Dawn takes us from the back of the pack. I'm going to have to sit down for this one. All the sitting so far has tired me out. There we go. So we're with Dick Dawn. triple, single. It doesn't look like the track is horrendous out there, if I'm honest. It is 100% still wet, though. So the practice round, yeah, it has helped a bit. These guys are going to be going around, but you will see them still struggling a little bit on, especially on the bits of the track that have not quite dried out. Dick's over. Okay, flicking it around there. Triple and a single makes it out there okay. Catches a funny bobble on the last single. And into the wall of death goes Dick Dawn. Double. Oh, double trouble. Let's have a look at that one. Comes over the first one. Dodgy landing with a bounce. Tries to power through it. And then Marshall catches one in the shin. Don't know who that Marshall is down there. Sorry about that, Marshall, on that point. But Fanny catch it was. Yeah, they're not looking bad at all, actually, Matt. The cars are looking pretty good out there at the moment. Certainly getting plenty of power down. Let's see if Dick can make it over. He cannot make it over. You can see the wheels are shiny. So they are coming off of the wall of death and having some issues with the wet tyres. So Elias Jordan is taking us round. That's the 5 car. There'll probably be a few back from where you are if we can find Elias. And maybe three cars back possibly. So possibly one of those two going around the wall there. Maybe the last one of them if I'm... Well, no, the first one of them. Is that him? Is that number 3? No. Yeah, I think we've lost a few numbers off of some of these cars. I've got a funny thing, that's the 5 and the 4. So let's just see where Elias is, about halfway through. So you're about the right sort of area for him, really. So, it should be coming down now. Let's see when Elias crosses the line. So, yeah, so across the line. So it's got to be in amongst those cars there. No, I think that's a 2. Okay, so definitely cross the line. So forward from where you are, Jim. Probably just gone over the doubles there. It's going to be one of those two. It's going to be one of that group there that's coming down. That's the 6. And possibly that one. 1. Oh, it's that one there. Yeah, it's really difficult to see these numbers on the cars. We'll stick with this group of 3 for a minute, because I think that last yellow car is Elias. Possibly not. That could be Stegmaier, actually. But we'll watch them anyway. So we'll go with Stegmaier for the time being in the yellow. Okay. Yeah, pretty much just impossible to see the numbers on it. So we'll just stick with that one for the time being. because everybody is finishing as they cross the line now, so it doesn't really make a huge amount of difference. There's a lesson for you all. Thick numbers on your car that we can see. Or we're just going to follow somebody else. And it was Elias Jordan that took that one. 10 laps in 5:16. Sorry, it's Peter Stein in the 3. That's why I couldn't see him. Pulled off after 6 laps. That's why I was struggling there. Sorry about that. So everybody did have numbers on the car that they could see, and I've gone completely mad. There we go. So Heat 6 will be up next. Kai Koenig, Roundabout, Kim Sidensky, Marion Baresh, Laszlo Phillips, Eric Mitchells, Jonas Martins, Archie Bowman, Victor Litvenko, and Marcus Weyer. So how are you all doing out there? Get involved in the chat, let us know. Let us know what you think of the championship so far.
I think it's great.
I think it's been wonderfully enjoyable with lots and lots of memorable moments. What more do you want?
Ups and downs, because it's an off-road race.
Mm-hmm.
Florida life. Where can I see the live updated qualifying results? Well, I will paste the link into the YouTube chat for you, because that would be my RCM. So I'll do that for you, because I'm helpful. But, yeah. Just doing that now.
Okay, looks like we're going off with Kai Koenig first. So unless we've got any requests out there, we are going to go with that.
Car 6 and car 5 from group 6, please. Car 6 and car 5.
6 and 5. Go on then. Let's go car 6 first of all. So Eric Mitchells will be the one that we follow off the line in car 6. So Mitchell's now taking us round. Still a little bit slippery out there. Yellow's not digging into the Astro like a silver would. I say not digging in, not gripping onto. Triple single through the rubbles. Around the switchbacks, up to the wall of death. Another car on the wall of death. Always a bit frightening when you go around a obstacle like that, or a feature like that one. Over the bridge, across the line. Doing pretty well at the moment. I mean, lap times into the into the 30s. So 31.09, fastest lap for Eric Michels. Lovely through the switchbacks there. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to try and find Kai Koenig, because Kai is leading this one, and we've given Eric plenty of love. So the car we're looking for is car number 1, which should be coming up to the end of the lap fairly soonish. Yeah, that's it. Lovely. So, well, Kai, what was leading us round? We put the camera on, drop down 2 places. And Kai into the 30s, 37.27 fastest lap. Not a million miles away from what we've seen before. Single doubles it. Doesn't quite make the double stick though. It's a bit of a cheeky landing on that one, catching the back wheels on the ridge of the jump or on the ridge of the downslope. Punches it down the back straight. Up the wall of death. Nicely over the double doubles though. So let's see this time round. Right, takes it up at the top. We'll see the others. It's knocked it down one. Knocked him down one, sorry. So Kai running in 3rd in this one currently. 4th now. Oh, slipping back. Everybody else starting to find some pace. Okay, I think we had a request for car 5. So if car 5 is still going round, which I'm not 100% sure that it is, let's just keep with this one for a minute. Okay. So, what we want is the number 2 of Randolph out. I'll see if I can pick up where Randolph is. Okay, I think Randolph's... Are you on Randolph already? Okay. Okie dokie, so finishing this one off. Randolph out, finishes out in front. Oh no, not quite. Yes, he does. Timing screen eventually catches up with us there. So 10 in a 5:11. And there we go. So that is heat 6 done and dusted for this one. I think it does look like the track is starting to get a little bit quicker through these rounds though. There you go, scores on the doors for you guys up on the screen there. You can see that was Randolph out, taking that one out. Heat 7 up next. Let me run through a few of these guys before, but I'll make sure you are all aware. Jens Becker in the 1, Harry Mears in the 2, Nino Altmanger in the 3, Marco Stallman in the 4, Michael Katzmeyer in the 5, Julian Ferrandis in the 6, Martin Scar in the 7, Roman Lepap in the 8, Halvor Gran in the 9, Wouter Weinen in the 10. There we go, so These guys just swapping out the marshals now. And a few of them going across the track still, so they'll hold the cars until we've got people in the position.
I think you need to go up there with a tape measure, Matt.
There's more people on boxes than not now.
They just should have built the stand higher, shouldn't they, basically?
They should. Or the railing lower.
Or dug a hole to make the track lower.
Okay, there we go. That is a list of your competitors there. Any requests would be super duper. Otherwise, we're just going to follow the first one off the line because they're obviously leading us through. Oh, God, I thought that was somebody catching our chair and cone and bucket of chaos down here. I'm sure why there's a big brush caught up in that net, actually. Somebody brushing the net off. Okay, it is going to be the one car of Jens Becker that takes us out, so we will follow that one off the line.
Request for car 10.
We will get that.
Wouterweinen.
Wouterweinen. We also had one for Harry Mears, I think, in this one as well, didn't we? A little bit of a while ago. But we'll go with Jens for the time being. And there we go. Jens taking us through. First run over the single doubles. So we should start to see these lap times really start to tumble at this point. Last heat lapping into the 30s. So I'd like to see a sub 30 out of this one. I would anyway. How about any of you? There we go. Over the line for the first one, a 30.9 on the opener. So I think we really should be seeing these 30-second laps tumble into the 29s. A lot of them into the 30s on the opening lap now. So at least 3 of them put a 30-second lap in. 31s, 32s, all over the place. I'll stick with Jens for the minute. Easily makes it over the double doubles. You can see how quickly the track is sorting itself out now. Okay, single doubles. Flicks it back, triple single. Nicely over the ripples there, into the switchbacks, and punches it up the back straight to the wall of death. Single, double, double. Okie dokie, so a number 10 car of Wouterweinen. Okay. So Wouter should be somewhere around the double doubles about now. If we flick over to the start finish, you'll catch him just as we go over the line. It's the number 10 we're after. Should have just crossed the line then. Okay then. So, Weinen now, up the step up. Around the wall of death, nice tight line around there. I've seen some of the top guys do that a little bit sharper. Let's have a look. We have got times into the 29 seconds on these laps now. So, Halvor Gran, sorry, 29.8. That was the fastest lap. So, quickest one we've seen so far then, 29.8. So these times are starting to fall. Oh dear, catches a bit of a dodgy bobble there. Couple of minutes left on the clock. Okay, so let's follow Wouter all the way round. We'll get across the line and then we'll see if we can pick Harry Mears out of this one. There we go. Okay, right, let's see if we can pick up Harry Mears, who should just be finishing his lap now. Just crossed the line, so it'll be one of those two there. I think Harry's the front one of those two. Number 5, is it? Number 2 on it there? Pretty sure that's Harry. Yeah, there we go. Alright, so we'll follow Harry out to the end. Lovely. So Harry over the bridge, punches it down the first of the short straights, back up the second. Single double. Oh, just catches that, just makes it over the last double. Oh, nightmare for Harry there. On its roof at the top of the corner tabletop. Not going to be too happy with this lap. So 8 seconds left in this one, so you're going to see these guys starting to finish as they come through. And that is Harry on for a 10. There you go, Harry 10 in a 5:16. Quickest in this one, Ronan Lepap in a 5:07 for 10 laps. Jens Becker does 10 in 5:09. Julian Ferrandis 10 in a 5:11. Halvor Gran drops down. Same as Julian Ferrandis at 10 in a 5:11.7 though. Then we've got Harry Mears, then Michael Katzmeyer, Wouter Weinen, Nino Altbinger, Martin Scar, and Marco Stallman didn't get past the 8th lap. Okay. Well, interesting turn of events there. We've seen a sub 30-second lap come in now. And we've still got 4 heats to go. So we should be seeing like sub 20-second laps by the time the top guys come out, right? I think so. Okay, in this one, the one car of Moritz Lautenbach, and then we've got Baptiste Roach in the 2, Antonio Kowalski in the 3, Harley Eldridge in the 4, Jolan de Weerd in the 5, Daniel Pohl in the 6, Valentin Puziat in the 7, Lucas Didier in the 8, Matt Peters in the 9, and Rick Hamers in the 10. So it looks like Lautenbach's going off first, so we'll follow him round for a couple of laps just to see how he's getting on. Should be the number 1 car. Just enough time to tell you that you're watching the EFRA 1/10 Buggy Euros 2023. Brought to you by RCTV in association with Schumacher, Hobbywing, X-Ray, Rudog.eu and S-Works. We are at the Rayco 2000 facility in Utrecht in the Netherlands. I'm Matt Guppy, I'm your host for the event. Up on the camera is Wonder Jim over there, doing a fantastic job of keeping an eye on all of the guys and girls out on track. Got Matt McCallum back in the hole in the UK, doing some awesome bits back there. And of course, the other members of the crew that were here, James Parry and Frank McKinney, were about with us as well. And Frank is doing a live event of his own, large-scale thing on road. Only a couple of hours down the road.
Track. It's got Formula Ones and touring cars.
Has he really? Oh, cool. There's actually a 5th scale Formula 1 in the clubhouse here. So, we'll go off with the one car.
7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2,
Should be loud and back.
car 1,
There we go.
car 9, car 10, car 6, car 8, car 5,
Taking it steady on this opening lap. Making sure the bobbles go at call. That was close to the cone of justice there. Punches it down the back straight. First time in this round around the wall of death. Double doubles nicely. Let's see how many laps Moritz can do like that one. So it comes out the block. 30.009 on the first lap. So we are definitely going to see some sub-30s in this one. A lovely line round the wall of death. Double doubles nicely. Oh, too far on the jump over the bridge. And let's see, that was a 29.8 on that one. Loads of 29s coming in. Well, 3. But still, it's almost 30% of the field doing 29s. So we are seeing the track get quicker. Whether it's getting that much quicker or whether these guys are just getting a bit quicker is anybody's guess. Doesn't look like it's too slippery out there anymore. And the drainage here is fantastic, to be honest. Even though we've had some pretty torrential downpours of rain, and there is not a puddle on this track anywhere at all. It really does hold it well and drains it off even better. So, there we go. Out and back taking us round. Single, double, double. Makes it over them clean. Still leading this one. So, it goes through last lap of a 30.2. Eldridge goes through 30.2. So, they're matching each other's lap times at the moment, the front two. So we should be able to drop back one car to the 4 car of Harley Eldridge right there. So that's Eldridge. Lautenbach just in front. You've seen the gap between them. Let's see if anything changes there. No, Eldridge still behind. Lautenbach still out in front, so there's a back marker between them at the moment. Nicely round the wall of death. Double doubles done. Okay, up the step up. Drops it down into the off camber corner. Oh dear. There you go. Harley's all right though, straight on through there. And he's actually leading this one at this point. So we'll see what happens. Okay, so yeah, definitely leading because Moritz was... he is still... That's okay. Okay, so we'll keep an eye on these two for a moment. Punches it up towards the wall of death again. And there you can see my broom. I wonder where I put that. Double, double, over the bridge. And a good turn of pace there. So, Eldridge now. Last lap was a 30 dead. Almost a 30.1 actually. But it is Lautenbach just in front of Harley. That is leading this one still. just off screen from what we can see. See how Max crosses the line, Moritz, crosses the line. Just gone over. There you go, Harley's gone over. So, I mean, these two close, really, really close to getting an 11. But solid 10s coming through at the moment. Yeah, they'd need like a 27 and a 28 to be able to get through for another one. So, definitely up to the line, I think. Harley goes. Yeah, caught the line. So, 5:03 for both. 10 in a 5:03, 2:85 for Lautenbach. 10 in a 5:03, 7:88 for Eldridge. Hamers does a 5:06. Peters a 5:11. Roach 5:09. All in the 10 laps. Dan Pole only manages to scrape a 9 this time round. 9 in a 5:22. But Puziat does a 10, and Kowalski also does a 10. 5:11 and 5:12. Kowalski with the 11. And there you go. Heat 8. Done and dusted. Okay. There you go. Scores up there for you guys. You can see the 29-second laps for both Harley and Moritz. Heat 9 up next. And we got some quick ones in this. Hubert Honegal in the 1, Lee Martin in the 2, Florent Gallant in the 3, Luke Holdsworth in the 4, Jamil Gabrielson in the 5, Ben Smith in the 6, Elias Johansson in the 7, Tim Gibal in the 8, Josh Holdsworth 9, and Sen Pamels in the 10. I actually think two-wheel drive was a little bit more hectic than this, even with the rain. Don't forget to get involved on the chats. Let us know you're out there. And whilst you're doing that, click like and subscribe. Click the little bell on YouTube. And then you'll never miss another feed from RCTV ever, ever, ever again. Not even ever. When you miss one. So, warm-up lap coming now. Start to see all of these start to follow through.
Request again. But a request NATO.
A request what, sorry?
Request NATO.
Request NATO.
A request Narmy. A request
Nice.
Narmy. A request again.
Request again, I think is the right one.
Lee Martin, Ben Smith, Elias Johansson, Jamil. That might have been the previous heat.
Yeah, Jamil's in there, Gabrielson.
Another request for Lee Martin, for Mark Anthony. Hello to Mark, Andrew Leach, Frederick Ingman, Tara Ivanen, of course.
Go on then, Lee Martin off the line. There we go. It was Ben Smith that had the best score in the last one, but we'll go with Lee for a minute, who has a nightmare on the first set of doubles. You call it a daymare, really? Considering it's happening in the day. He's not just having a bad dream. Okay, doubles for Lee. We've got some of the others crashing in front of us there. Let's wait for the timing to kick in. So, Lee Martin with a 31.1 on his opening lap. Now, we've seen a number of cars be a bit quicker than that. Lee's over again. Oh, Lee Martin. Overtakes them. Overtakes them going through the doubles to take his place back out the front of those two. So, single double for Lee. Makes it round this time. But yeah, he's had a nightmare there. See if he can get around a couple of laps without any crashes. Oh, he's hit that pole on the way down. Double's okay though. Over the bridge, not too bad there. Makes the most out of that bottom corner. Punches it over the line at first of the doubles. Up the step, makes it all the way through. Okay. Punches it up to the wall. Round the wall of death he goes. Catches the pipe on the way down. Hasn't slowed him down at all. And across the line, let's see where he is. So the thing is, he's going up the list because he's got the extra lap, but then all of a sudden drops down quite a way, especially when the Holdsworth brothers go across. So who else have we had the request for? Jamil Gabrielson, Ben Smith as well. So let's see if we can pick up car 5. Now, that is going to be... So car 5 should be not far off the end of the lap about now. Should be somewhere crossing the line. One of those two. Okay, let's just see if we can pick up the 5. That's 4. I think the green one there is the 5, actually. So we'll just see as they come through. No, looks like Jamil's off. Either off or had a terrible, terrible lap. Yeah, gone. The 5 car is out. See that? It must have literally been on that lap there. Must have been on that last lap going through. Okay, so we'll try and find Ben Smith, car 6 then. Now, Ben will be about a quarter of the way through his lap. That's coming up to about halfway. So... There we go. So into the 29s for sure for Ben. Ben's actually had a 28. So definitely knocking those lap times down. Lovely bit of power around there. Got a car over. Oh, nightmare. Ben's going to be gutted by that one because he was doing pretty well then. Oh, and again, he's had an issue with the car. Oh, bits all over the place. Marshals can't even do anything about it because some of them have gone off with some bits, some have gone off with other bits. It's the Holdsworth brothers leading us now. They're all into the last lap, so... Oh, man... That's the 4 of Luke Holdsworth. Wheel off. Oh, was in second. Oh man, what a nightmare. So Elias Johansson, 10 in a... Oh no, onto the last lap. Going to be going through some 11s here. Even Lee Martin's made it through, I think. Has he made it through? No, not quite. 10 in a 502. So we've got three drivers, Josh Holdsworth, Elias Johansson and Hubert Honegel, all on 11 lap pace. Just waiting for Josh to finish. There you go. So it's Elias Johansson that takes this one, 11 And 5.25, 11.525 Holdsworth as well. 0.1 of a second. 0.1 of a second between them. So you can see how tight the times are out there. And then Honegal is 11 in a 5.27.2. So pretty tight at the top there. Shame for the few that dropped out of this one with a few breakages. But there really isn't a lot you can do about it. Okay, so next heat, we're going to be following Pekka Ivanen. I know there's some big names in this next heat, but if you remember, Pekka said to us, follow me in the next one, I'm going to be giving it everything I've got. Let's see if we can see Pekka creeping up onto the stand. Maybe he'll get himself a box. There's Pekka, first one on the camera right next to us there. Craggy stands next to him. Now, why wouldn't you want to stand next to Pekka, eh? Okay, a few of these guys just to swap over. So Wesley Van Helmond is in this one in the 1, and we've got Clement Boda in the 2, Davide Ongaro in the 3, Tommy Hall in the 4, Jamie Hall in the 5, Una Hacknett in the 6, Pekka Ivanen in the 7, Alexander Landon in the 8, Neil Cragg in the 9, and Jesper Rasmussen in the 10. So just a quick warm-up for these guys. And there you go. There's your list. Let us know who you want to follow, as we'll do Pekka for a few laps. We'll get a few laps in with Pekka. Go on.
Pekka, lots of Pekka requesting. Requesto Pekka. Craggy, please, from Andrew Leach. Frederick Ingman, please. Car 8, Alexander Langdon from Sweden. Rimfire, is Q3 the last round today? No, we believe there's another round after this one. We're prepared to be wrong. We're prepared to be wrong.
It'd be nice if they got all the qualifying done today and we could just go into an hour and a half of finals tomorrow morning.
Can you imagine?
Oh,
Wesley
man,
Van Helmond
Jim
as well,
would be dancing
please.
a jig, I'm telling you. Be like, woo, loads of time for the airport.
Look, Lawrence Ware wants Wesley Van Helmond. Beef wants Ongaro, please. Pekka or Una, please. Anyway.
Okie dokie. All right. So lots of requests for these ones. So we'll go with Pekka. Sorry about that. That was my missing the camera cue there. There he goes. So Pekka is 7. Third from the back, I think. Third or second from the back, anyway. Possibly Una Hatton there. Yeah, I think that's Una. I'm just keeping an eye out for the 7, so I think. Yeah, there we go. Okay, nice one. Lovely job. Jim's all over it. Why has everybody got a really similar shelter Una Hatton these days with the green and black? What's that about? So Pekka takes a tumble. Let's see where he ends up. Bottom of the pile at the moment, nearly. Only Hatton and Van Helmond not having a better time. Oh, Pekko. Got a wonky wing. There he goes, round the wall of death. First double, second double. He's not messing about. Smashes it down the straight there. back up the second straight. First single, goes for the double. Oh, and that is what will happen in a final if we have people jumping double single and single double. So I think Pecco put off by that then. Oh, no. Oh, and there you go. There's Pecco out. So just go to the right, Jim. We should be able to pick up Neil Cragg somewhere around there. He's probably the car in front of that yellow one, actually. I think that might be Tommy Hall. Actually, that is Tommy Hall. Sorry, mate. That is Tommy Hall. So I'll keep an eye out for Craggy a minute. So Craggy just gone past just gone over the bridge, over the line now, down the straight, around the bottom corner, around the next one, over the single, double. There he is, first one of those two. Lovely. So let's have a couple of laps with Mr. Cragg. Oh, I thought he was going to go for it. I thought he was going to do the quad then, but he didn't. Super fast, even in these conditions where it's a little bit slippery still. Still, Neil, not really where he wants to be in this class at the moment. Punches it up towards the wall of death. Oh man, wow, gets a boost. Oh no, he didn't. He punted the other one. Okay. So there we go. A few laps with Neil. Neil's not having the best of times out there at the moment. These guys doing 28s pretty solidly all the way through up to Pecco, though. Everybody into the 28-second laps. So we haven't seen any 27. Oh, Ongaro does a 26.9 as I say that. Okay, let's have Davide Ongaro. The number 3 car won't have far gone past the start grid, so about, yeah, probably just up there towards the back blue car. So, Ongaro coming towards the end of the lap right now. It should be a blue one, unless he's changed shell again. Ongaro's in the 3. Okay, so it looks like Davide Ongaro's gone from a blue shell to a white shell. Not confusing at all. Thanks, Davide. Okay, fastest man out on track at the moment, though. Oh, not quite. Jamie Hall. Oh, no, that was a 29, not a 28. Sorry. So, 27.9. Ongaro onto his last lap for 11. 11 in a 5.15 is predicted. Oof, nicely through there. Powers it round the wall of death. Double. And over the line for the last time. So 11 in a 5.14.4. Let's see what everybody else has got. Nobody really anywhere near him within sort of 3 seconds or so. So Clement Boda's 11 in a 5.17. Jamie Hall 11 in a 5.17. So 28.3, 28.2, 28.2, 28.4. Lots of quick laps here, but Davide certainly finding the pace out there with a 27.9. Scores on the doors for you guys. Heat 11 coming up right about now. So you can see everybody starting to build up, or I can certainly see everybody starting to build up around the rostrum to watch these top drivers go around. Certainly top seeded drivers in this event anyway. Max Gotzel in the 1 car, Michael Orlowski in the 2, Marcus Kerup in the 3, Danny Kubovic in the 4, Martin Bayer in the 5. Your Newman in the 6. Nur Ben Mohammed in the 7. Mika Widmeyer in the 8. And Barak Killick in the 9. And Bruno Coelho rounds this one out in the 10 car. Now, don't forget, we started with Heat 5. We did start with Heat 5. So it started with Heat 5. So after this one, we've still got Heats 1, 2, 3 and 4 to go. There you go, warm-up laps underway. Don't forget that we are here in association with Schumacher, Hobby Wing X-Ray, Rodog.eu and S-Works. We're at the EFRA European 1/10 Buggy Championships for 2023 at Reco 2000 Arena in Utrecht in the Netherlands. We are RC Racing TV. If you go onto our YouTube channel, you will be able to find a like and a subscribe button. And that will give you notifications every single time we post some content.
Boom.
Baboo.
Lots of requests for Orlowski, requests for Bruno Cahallo. They think he's going to get faster this time. Car 8, is that Mika Widmeyer, maybe? Poor old Pecco, eh?
Give Mika some, poor old Pecco. Poor old Pecco. Go on, give Mika some love then. Car 8 if we can.
Car 7, car 3, car 5, car 9, car 10, car 8.
There we go.
Everybody's out of the way. Good luck, guys. Qualifying round number 3 in the car. Group number 11.
So I'm hopeful that after this one we might get a little chat with Jamie Hall. You never know. I can see him right there, Marshall Point 5 in front of me. We're with Mika at the moment though. Let's see
Also,
what
I
Mika's
tuned in
got.
to hear from Bruno.
We haven't seen Bruno yet. We haven't seen him to get him in at this point. I'll try my best after he's finished. Let's have a look. Yeah, he is. I mean, he is in this one, so we'll try and get him over once he's finished his race here. Have a quick chat with Jamie, and then we'll wave at Bruno like mad people and see if we can get him in. So Mika taking this round at the moment. Now, Mika's had a pretty quick lap out there, 28. Oh, 28, where's he gone? 28.3. Lovely. Kovac does a 28 dead. Nobody's touched that 27 of Ongaro yet, though. So there we go. There's a little bit of time with Mika. Let's flick forward one car, and that will be Coelho in the orange and white. A few people said he would be one of the favourites for this portion of the Euros. So last lap for Coelho a 28.4. Apologies, 28.7 for Bruno on the last one. 28.4 is his quickest. So triple singles it. Yet to see anybody do the quad like Lee Martin was doing yesterday. Oh, Bruno. There you go. He's got back on. Very unfortunate. There's a lot of time he would have lost. And he's fairly well down the bottom of the pack as it stands, to be fair. Orlowski at the moment. Kovac takes it up. Okay, Bruno looking bad though, other than a bit of a mistake, and I'm pretty sure that was driver error more than anything else. Pretty sure Bruno's looking fairly solid out there. Tell you what we could do is just pick up Daniel Kovac. He should be just across the line now, so he'll be on the straights. One of those two. I think it's a number 4 car. So one of those. I think the front one may be Orlowski, so it'd probably be the back of those two. Okay, let's see. Yes, it is. Okay, so Kovac is leading at the moment with Orlowski, the car in front of him, in second. So, not much in it between them, really. Kovac's on for about 0.6 of a second finish ahead of Orlowski. Well, Widmeyer's just popped up there. So, in between the two of them. But it is Kovac that we're with that is leading us around in this one right now. Only about 50 seconds before the initial race clock runs out. We'll see how these guys go. So Orlowski there. Kovac just behind him. Widmeyer, wherever Widmeyer is now on the track, is in between them on the timing screen. Oh, Kovac, oh my goodness, that has got to be the luckiest roll I think I've ever seen, ever. And I didn't quite get the replay on it. Sorry about that. So, it's Orlowski this time. Orlowski's taking it up. So, because of that roll, that has allowed Orlowski and Widmeyer to push Kovac down to the 3. Okay, so Orlowski across the line. Kovac across the line. Those two are done. So all that remains really is just to see where Mika finishes. Coming across, there you go. So splits the two of them. So Orlowski in this one with 11 in a 5:12. A 5:12.5. Widmeyer a 5:13.1. So really nothing between them. 5:13.2 for Kovac. Oh, he's going to be spitting feathers over that one. And then we've got Killick with a 11 in a 5:15, 11 in a 5:16 for Bayer, 5:16 for Newman, 5:19 for Noah Ben Mohammed. Quelo does a 5:20, as does Max Gotzel. And Carup out after 8 laps. Well, well, well. Certainly some changes going on. Have we got a current sort of overall-y type list that you can pop up there, Matt? Or are you still filling out the numbers?
I can. No, I can. I can produce this list based on 1 count or 2 counts. So that's well, it's not Q3 done, isn't it? But it's the sharp end of Q3 done. So it's unlikely to change all that much.
I think the first 4 heats are going to struggle to change that. If I'm honest about it, yes.
So with 1 count, it's looking like that.
Okay. There you go. Oh, what's going on there? I'll tell you what we have got. We've got the sultry tones of Jamie Hall just about to join us. So I'll wait for him to come in a second. Here he is. Come on in, buddy. Pull yourself up a chair. Oh, we can stand. It's entirely up to you. You can come this way. There's your headphones there, bud. Make sure you can see out the window so you can see what's going on. So we just had the overalls on the screen there. And they've just gone off at the moment. But joining us right now, Jamie Hall. How's it going?
Hello. Not too bad. My best round I've had then, so I'm kind of happy now.
Yeah, good.
It's all right.
Good. How's the feeling in the camp over there? Good?
Yeah, we're all getting on all right. I think we're we're kind of glad that it's dried now and it's like a, you know, like a level playing field for everyone, so we can all get the best scores we can. So yeah, we're having a good time.
Well, Joey Cockhill getting a 9 in rounds probably shaking things up, eh?
Yeah, he has told us about it quite a few times now already, so which people do keep calling him out on, but yeah, he's pretty happy with himself. So
Yeah, I bet he is.
yeah,
I bet he is. I'll take a rain assist any day of the week.
yeah.
Any day. But other than that, so best round for you. You're happy. Any changes you're going to do to the car now? Because it does look pretty solid out there. I mean, it's looking like almost like we didn't have the rain now at this point with the cars and the way they're gripping.
Yeah, it was actually basically fully dry there. I didn't notice any parts which felt slippier than before. It felt like a fully dry track to me. So
Nice.
yeah, I think my car was definitely the best it's been then. So I think we'll probably leave it now and get used to it. I kind of keep changing it because we're a bit off where we want to be, and I keep changing it like thinking it's the car, but really it's probably just the driving. So yeah, so I think I'm just going to try and leave it now and get used to it. So yeah.
Yeah, good stuff. How are you finding the actual track then? We've had really mixed feelings, shall we say, rather than mixed reviews, because we all know it's obviously a great facility. But how are you finding the surface? Because for me, this seems like a really good off-road track, a challenging off-road track, but an off-road track, rather than, you know, just a lot of flat Astro that doesn't really cause anyone any trouble.
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously very off-road. It's not super slippy, but it's definitely not grippy either. The car's kind of moving around quite a lot. It almost feels like slimy to drive on in a way.
Oh,
like
no way.
It's like a little bit like your car kind of feels like it's just driving on like it's got, because they run 8 scale on it as well.
Yeah.
Like it's got some fuel in the track or something. It kind of feels like you're kind of running on a bit of oil or something, like a little bit floaty like that. So, I mean, the grip level's slightly weird, which is, I think, one thing which then makes it harder to do the jumps and things, because your car's kind of moving around. And then when you add the bumps into it as well, you've got bumps, and then your car slides as well after hitting the bumps. So trying to line up these jumps here is just very difficult. So yeah, it's super hard track. When you get a lap right, it's good fun.
Yeah.
But like, it's so frustrating when it goes wrong. But yeah, I mean, this jump section here, this double, it looks easy, like, just to look at the track.
Yeah.
But there's so many ways of getting it wrong. Like, you have to hit it in the right spot to start with.
Yeah.
Then you've got to like hit it on the right angle because it's angled as well.
Yeah.
If you don't get the angle right, you end up flying off the side. And also, if you over jump it slightly, there's like huge bumps after the down ramp. So if you land on one of them, you bounce back up, and then you can't make the second one properly, and you end up flying off the track. So you've just got to get every part of it right coming off the wall. And yeah, it's same type of thing. And then with those fingers over there, I don't know what you're calling them, the
ripples.
Single, yeah, the ripples, yeah. Those are like, so the up ramp is like so different as you go across it. It's steep, then it's shallow, then it's steep again, then it's shallow again. Right. So like, depending on which car's width you hit it, depends how much lift you get by like a very long way. So you have to hit it in the same spot every time, otherwise you're going to come up short or way too long. Or so that's kind of what's making it hard, is the way the up faces are, all the bumps, the slippiness as well, and the fact it's just a big, fast sort of 8 scale track. It's just not what us Brits are used to, which is kind of our excuse.
Is it not what we've been crying out for, though?
I think it is. I think in the UK this is more like what we need. We need more big jumps and things like this, because when we come to Europe, we do struggle sometimes because they have big jumps like this.
Yeah.
And a lot of air time. You need to be able to control the car in the air and save it when it's gone wrong. And I think that's where we're lacking slightly compared to some of the Europeans.
Yeah, I'd agree with you. It's not really until we go sort of indoors that we get any level of cars being in the air for any sort of time. You know, and it's only thanks to these new sort of style of jumps that are on the indoor tracks now, which kick the cars up nicely. Do you get those sort of that feel in a way? But we are definitely lacking some of the bigger jumps that you see on these European tracks for sure. And I think, you know, that coupled with the very off-road nature of this track has thrown a lot of the British guys off, which is, 25 years in the A finals. You can't have every A final go your way, can you?
No, it's just it's a very unique challenge and something we're not used to in the UK. Our tracks are usually very small, very much corner flows into the next corner, so you're kind of keeping the rhythm the whole time. Whereas here it's like corner straight. It's what it kind of feels like to drive. So it's just different to what we're used to, and we're just not on it, if you know what I mean. We're just not quite as tuned in as some other people. So yeah, we're just struggling a little bit, but we're trying our best. We're still trying to make the main and see how we get on.
Yeah, you're doing pretty well out there in the four-wheel drive at the moment.
Yeah.
What we've seen, well, you mentioned the ripples there with the different faces on it. What we can see on camera must be really different to what you guys are feeling up there on the rostrum, because it looks like if you go from the first corner tight and jump diagonally towards the cone of justice here on the exit, that seems to be where all of the cars are just flowing through really nicely and keeping sort of flat. But I think that seems easier to say than it is to hit every lap.
Yeah, very much. I mean, a lot of people, like, say you watch the top heat there, the fastest way to do that section is to jump it on an angle and then to hop the last one and land on the black. So, but obviously you're close to the cone, you're close to the curb. So that's the fastest way to do it. But like I say, what makes that jump in particular so challenging is how different the up face is across the up ramp. It's just so different depending where you hit it. The amount of lift you get is totally different. And also, you're trying to jump the last bit straight as well, but it kind of, sometimes it takes off and twists a bit.
Right.
So then you land sort of off. You end up not landing straight, and then you just
almost
jump
land digging in,
direction. So it's hard to land in the right place, because obviously you've got to land it quite short to be able to brake for the last one. But so it's hard to land it in the right place, and it's tough to land it, tough to keep it straight in the air as well to then jump the last one onto the black. So
I got you.
It's that's probably one of the toughest ones that a lot of us are struggling with.
And what about the Lee Martin line over it?
I've not seen the Lee Martin line.
You've not seen the Lee Martin do the quad?
Did he do the quad?
All of them, yeah, all of it, and the triple on the first set.
I've tried it. I've tried it a few times to do that quad, but I think you just can't stop. You just can't stop for the corner. Well, you can if you get it like perfect, but the way it is, you just can't get it perfect every lap. So I think that's why we're seeing the triple single.
I think I've seen him do the triple twice here on the first set.
Oh right, okay.
And there was one round of practice. I think it was some of the practice round. I might have it on camera actually from last night if you go on the EFRA page. But every lap he was coming over that and he was doing the quad. I caught it out the corner of my eye and I was like, I can't believe I didn't pick up on that when I was filming it. But then when I watched it back and went, oh my God, he's doing that lap after lap. So it was impressive to see.
Impressive, yeah.
So would that save a lot of time, do you think, doing the quad rather than the triple single?
I think it would save a bit if you could get it right for definite, but the way they kind of jump in that curve a little bit and just getting near the cone, probably not as much as you'd think, but I do think you'd definitely gain some if you could do that, yeah. But for me, I couldn't do that consistently, so I've got to stick to the triple single.
I'd be doing 4 singles as I come along there, I think. Oh, look, you've got the general bringing a drink in for you. Oh, no, he's just brought a drink in for himself.
Yes.
Is it? What's kicking off? What's happening, Craig? Tell us.
People moving on the driver's stand, having been there for 2 days and causing conflict with certain grid that's now had to go down the other end for one qualifier throwing his toys on the back of the side.
Would this be in Heat 3 by any chance?
Probably, yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I think I might have walked into the clubhouse while the discussion was going on earlier.
Oh, let's have a look at Heat 3. It's on now. What heat's on there?
We've got Heat 1 on now.
So it's okay, so the Heat 3 controversy is there's something else going on in Heat 1.
Oh, it's this one and it's Heat 3. Oh, okay. Okay, it's a bit of spice. Bit of spice at Rayco 2000. Well, That is Heat 1 done, Jamie. We're seeing 9 lappers come through with the best lap of 32.1. So, I mean, well off the pace of you top guys, but not as far off as I thought they'd be at this point, especially if it's dry.
Yeah, no, everyone's pretty close. If you have a mistake or something at this Euros, you're going to drop like 10, 20 places. So it's, especially four-wheel drive has been super close. So even, yeah, like you say, even the lower heats are only really, what's that, like 4 seconds off the best lap, something like that. So yeah, they're pretty on it.
Yeah, it's surprising. I think we've had a 27.1 from Marcus was the fastest one that we've seen. I mean, obviously, you know, defending champion, so you'd expect him to be well on it. And you know, when we're looking at Heat 1,
yeah,
of course, we're not expecting that. But to be as close as they are is pretty nice to see.
Yeah, definitely. And yeah, I think they're all getting up to speed now. I think now everyone's kind of had the whole two-wheel drive event, and they've had the whole practice day in four-wheel as well. Obviously, the layout, I mean, it's changed a little bit with the wall, but it's basically the same. So I think everyone's getting closer together now and really getting dialed into the track.
What's your favourite bit so far then? Favourite bit of the track in four-wheel drive, favourite bit in two-wheel drive?
I actually think the wall is my favourite bit in four-wheel drive because, I mean, it's just cool, isn't it? Look how big that thing is. The wall's got to be my favourite bit.
It's so impressive seeing everyone come round with all four wheels drifting around it.
And the speed you come off it to have to stop for this little hop here is just it's just slightly scary. But yeah, it's really cool, that wall, I think. And the two-wheel drive, I quite like the step up in the corner. I quite like that.
There's a lot of chance to overtake up there because people overshooting that is causing that wide line at the top, which is. We've had so many overtakes on there in the finals. It was awesome to watch up there.
Yeah, that's a pretty good corner, and that's one as well where if you can just hug the inside, you gain so much time just because it starts to drop off. So you're a lot quicker if you're right in.
Yeah.
But it's so easy to drive straight into that big post because you can't actually, from the rostrum, you can't actually really see it because the wall there kind of covers like quite a bit of the track.
Yeah.
So it's really hard to judge getting close to it. But if you do get close to it, you gain a load of time up there.
Where are you standing on the rostrum then, Jamie? Have you got your spot that you've had all week?
I've kind of been aiming for the middle, so like the middle pole. I was on the left of it all of two-wheel drive, and then Tommy stole my spot for this heat in four-wheel drive. So now I'm on the right of it. So it's all his fault.
Yeah, well,
so far.
You can give him a few digs when you get home.
Yeah.
Who's your money on in this one then? Heat 2.
Heat 2, let's have a look.
There you go, Heat 2, second one down.
Oh, I've got to say Chris Bowden. Chris
Bowden. Come on, let's have a look at Jamie Hall's choice, Chris Bowden. So Bowden is in the 5 car, and he would have gone off last. And I think he's kind of a whitey purpley type shell. So I'll try and watch him as he comes through. Have you seen him?
Yeah, he's on the screen now.
Oh, okay, you've got. Oh, let's have one of them, shall we? Up he goes.
Bang.
He Bowdens it into the net. And there you go. So worth going with Bowden. Well done. Yeah. Opens with a 38.2.
He can still win it. He can still win it from here.
Yeah, it's stranger things have definitely happened. But Bowden trying as hard as he can. Oh, catches a bobble. As you said, different angles coming over that is throwing him off a wee bit. Yeah, he made sure he got up that time, didn't he?
Oh, and that's what I mean, how you can end up wide out there if you don't get the angle right. It's really easy to end up right next to the pipe coming off the second double.
So worst place to crash is on the straight. I always say if you're going to crash on a slow corner so you're not losing too much time, but you crash on the straight and everybody's going top speed down there. That's where you lose it the most. So it comes back round. Let's see how he does it this time. There you go. Much better. Pushes through the switchbacks. Up the wall of death. Not quite the tightest line we see going along there. And he almost took the marshal out. We'll see that one again, just because it's Bowden. over to the marshal. Nearly has him. Nearly has him there. We don't tend to bring people a lot of luck when we follow them, Jamie. So, have you got something against Chris?
No. I mean, I would never try and do that to him, ever. But, yeah, he's got that good. Oh, okay.
What was that?
I think he caught the pipe.
Yeah, not a pleasant one that time. And another roll. So he's just not quite there, is he? He's not having the best of time from what he said to me this morning.
We've probably picked the worst heat to follow him. It's probably his worst run by miles.
It's probably his worst one. So he's gone for a double single. He went for a double single over the first one, yeah.
Yeah, so it's kind of funny, that jump. Looking at it, you'd think double single would be way faster. But when you're next to someone on the track, it's just simply just quicker when you single double. So
and he's gone again on the thing there. Look at this. Look, comes up.
Oh, grip roll.
His grip roll's going up it. Oh, poor old Bowden. I'll tell you what, after this comes back, cameraman's choice, you pick someone else, because Bowden's going to be pretty upset that we've got all of this on camera, unless the cameraman does just want to stick with Bowden for the rest of this one. We'll let him choose. We'll let you choose, Jim.
We can follow.
You take your pick.
We can follow Miklos as well.
Go on then.
Let's see how Miklos is getting on.
Come on, let's see how Miklos is getting on.
A lot of people at home will be interested in how.
I mean, to be fair, you've picked the only one that's behind Bowden.
Oh, I've really not helped anyone in this heat.
It's Miklos. Is that Miklos that we're with now? Are we still with Bowden? I think we're still with Bowden. We might be with I don't know. I'm not too sure. I think that's Bowden we're still with. Oh dear. Yeah, so the double single is not the way to go there. We've only got a minute left in this one. Let's give Bowden his full 5 minutes of fame here, and then we'll leave him alone for the rest of the qualifying. So come on, Bowden. That's better. There we go. Finally gets one. Finally gets a lap all the way through. And what was that? That's got to be his fastest lap there. So Bowden does a 33.3. He's done a 32.6. Has been his quickest one.
This one's good so far.
Triple single, lovely. Switchbacks, keeps them fairly tight. Punches it down, avoids the pipe on the inside.
Oh, this is good.
There you go.
This is good.
He's done it. The car crashed out his way graciously.
This is a 31.
33.
33.
Well, he's certainly got the heart. That's what we'll say about Bowden.
Oh, definitely.
Oh man, and we got him on the outlap as well. Yeah, I think this is it for the event. We've got enough out of this 5 minutes to do a complete string of outtakes for him. So, plans for the next heat then?
I think I'm going to leave it the same and just go again in the next one, because I definitely need another round, because I don't know what I got in that one, but I think my other score was like a 19 or 20 or something. So I definitely need something else, like another banker, and then maybe I'll try something else in the morning if it goes well. But yeah, I think I'm going to leave it for this one and just go again.
Right, fair
enough.
What we can get. Fair enough. That has been awesome. I can't thank you enough for coming in and joining us, Jamie. It's lovely to hear from you guys. I'll catch up with you again for sure. But anyone you want to say hello to out there in TV land?
Yeah, I mean, just I guess all the guys we race with in the UK who are watching. Hello, anyone who we're normally with. So I hope you're enjoying the coverage and watching the Euros. So yeah, that'll do.
Awesome.
All right.
Awesome stuff. Thank you, buddy. Really, really appreciate you coming in. Superstar, mate. Thank you. Well. He knows how to pick 'em, eh? That was a good 5 minutes, entertaining 5 minutes of racing we got from Bowden there. Might not be his best run, but it was certainly one of the most entertaining ones we've seen all day. Kept us on our toes. We've got the General in here as well with us. The General is in here, giving us all the goss, like he does. Just going through the timings, these guys now. Having a look. So you can just see Bowden out there on track at the moment. Let's see if I can. I can't. He's on the doubles. I haven't quite got a shot of him there. You see him when he walks back towards his spot on the wall of death. He's talking to someone. I think he might be talking to Miklos there actually. Okay. Heat number 3 on its way. And up on the rostrum we have Cedric Card, Martin Owen, Harriet Thames, Dan Tonneson, Freddie Russell, Lee Charnock, Cone Middlecoop, Vladimir Federico, and William White, of course, from Raceway 1. Great job for Will White helping us out yesterday with some pictures and a few bits and bobs. You'll see him on the pit walk when we post that one out to you guys later on, or at some point. No promises on when it's coming. Okay, off with car 1 on this one. Should be the first one off the line. There we go. So, Cedric Ricard from France taking us round nicely over the doubles. And as if by magic, who do we have with us? None other than 11-time European champion. Some of you know him as the General, but we know him. It's Craig Drescher. How are you doing?
Oh, I'm good, thanks. This chair's a bit squeaky.
They're all a bit squeaky. Don't worry, we're used to them now.
As I'd say in the Netherlands, it's squeaky.
Squeaky.
Squeaky chair.
How are you, sir?
Good. Tired. Good. Obviously, rain affected play for a couple of runs, which screwed us a little bit, I'd say. It's nice to see the Brits kind of coming back and fighting back a little bit.
Yeah.
So hopefully they can redeem their credibility after a poor show in two-wheel drive.
It's always going to hurt when you're expecting to do a bit better and you come away with the results from the two-wheel drive that the guys came away with this week.
It does, and it's you kind of have to rethink. I don't know what the stats are. Somebody will probably be able to tell you, but obviously, I think we've discussed it a little bit. Having no Brits in a final for decades.
25 years.
Is that what it is? 25. So, yeah, that's a hard pill to follow, I guess. To swallow, should I say? And not quite sure why. We've got our reasons. We don't know if they're valid, but of course we don't race on these styles of track. So, we tend to have little bumps and jumps, and no kind of like scary or exciting, should I say, kind of rhythm sections and technical jump sections. They do tend to be more difficult on the high bite stuff because the cars aren't very forgiving, but maybe we need to readdress that, allow some bigger jumps to take place and, some of the top guys to kind of push themselves forward for international racing.
Yeah, of course. I mean, what do you think what do you think the issue is with the big jumps in the UK? I know obviously safety sort of comes into it, but
I don't know the reason why we don't have them. We've never had them. We started to have them at one point, and then I think it was kind of all squashed and everything was made to be small for, I don't know if it's insurance purposes or just safety or why we were the only country in the world that couldn't have ones, or maybe we were just living back in the 90s.
Maybe.
So
Maybe, yeah.
I'm sure we had bigger jumps in the 90s, to be honest with you, at times. But, you know, the biggest difference is, you know, like certainly in the UK when we have tracks that we lay, the jumps go in the straight sections.
Yeah.
And 8 scale, the jumps are always in the corners, and they're very technical, and it's difficult to get right because you're not only trying to jump the car, but you've got to get your time and your position and everything right. You know, so you're not just getting over an obstacle, you're trying to drive a proper racing line through it and make time, you know, in a 3D way, I guess.
Yeah, yeah.
But no, we you know, we tend to have them kind of hop, skips and jumps that I'd say are relatively easy to get over. And if we do have a section that, say if it's a triple and a single, and there was a possibility of doing the quad, we'd probably back it down a little bit because we're not pushed as much as we are when we come to these events, and we would end up doing the triple and the single rather than going for the quad.
Yeah.
As an example, I know that's a bad example because here you could do the quad, and some people have been doing the quad through the whoop section in the middle there.
Yeah.
But I think obviously the nature of the corner after it makes it even more difficult to do that. But you can't replicate this. You can't go and practice on this style of track to get better at it. And the guys that have been born with it and race on it all the time, I think that's what's benefited some of the A-scale racers, because these bigger, like more difficult technical jumps don't phase them. That 8-scale has that in them. So we do miss that. You know, we miss a little bit of flamboyance in the styles of tracks that we race on. I've been to a couple of, I remember we raced in Germany at Rhein-Main, and it's a great 8-scale track that's evolved over the years into, you know, predominantly Astro track, but it's got some concrete and stuff on it. I think there was, you know, the Euros, electric Euros were there, but they have a little 10-scale track in the back there, and that's a cracking looking little track. Very, very technical up and down jumps, and, you know, it looks fun.
Yeah.
So this to me, I slated the track a little bit in the beginning, and I'm not a fan of it, choosing 8-scale tracks for 10-scale cars, but I do like the big jumps. I just, you know, for the 10-scale cars, I need to be a little bit more consistent, you know, so you have a wider window to hit them in. You know, they don't like bumps that are bigger than the cars, and not that, you know, but when the traction's high, and you know, it's just...
And we do race on high traction, and that's another part of the puzzle, isn't it?
It is, and you know, the annoying part is, and the issue comes with having people that can come and test so much. It's you know, it's difficult for us to afford to do it. It's forcing people down the route of having to do it. You know, that then detracts away from, you know, people doing racing in their own backyard, club racing, all that kind of stuff. We're getting too into these test sessions and detracting away from doing some of the grassroots stuff, which is really important for bringing people along and getting people into it. So I think we've just got to pare it back a little bit, and you know, I would love to see this event be a fresh layout, either for the warm-up race and then change back to allow people to come and run on a completely different, but do a good job of keeping it different. Don't have some secret guy that can come and test on it and be faster than everybody else from out the blocks, and you know, have a huge advantage over everybody. You know, Neo Buggy was brilliant in the past because people love the fact that it was a fresh layout. EOS says people like it because it's a level playing field.
Yeah.
Okay, the surface may be the same, but you know, the layouts change the setups and the speeds of the cars and require, you know, different driving styles and tuning. So for me, you know, it needs to be, things need to be stripped back and looked at. You know, I said before, when people are walking around the pits pretty peed off that the track is so difficult to get round with such, you know, limited time compared to others, you got to start asking questions.
Yeah.
You know, the good stuff is when people come back and go, that track was awesome. People still talk about Finland 10, 12 years after it happened in Vasa. how good the track was.
Yeah.
You know, that resonates with people. It's what's going to pull people back, and having people in the pits being down and dour about the results and how difficult the track is not going to encourage people to want to go to a Euros later on down the line. So I think, you know, I always look at the tracks and what they give you from the outside. So from the outside, this kind of thing, it is exciting. It causes crashes, it causes pressure, it causes different forms of excitement that we need for these races as well. You know, all the technical, difficult bits are where all the excitement happens, and for me, the drivers hate it. I love to watch it. That's what, you know, causes the most excitement and gives us good races. You know, we get the best passes, the best crashes, the best accidents and incidents that take place, and they're the bits and pieces that, you know, kind of show who's got the kahunas to push hard and make time, or, you know, who chokes a little bit and makes, you know, a unwarranted mistake where they probably never crashed all weekend.
Yeah, of course.
So there's no right or wrong answer, but, you know, the size of the track I don't think is a massive issue. You know, it is a big 10 scale track. It is a small 8 scale track, somewhere in between, but just the bumps and the finesse needed for, you know, smoothing out some of the jumps. You know, this wedge that was used in 2-wheel drive that was put in to try and slow things down. It's just an obstacle. It's not a nice part of the track. Yeah. But then again, it caused some moments in finals which made it very exciting. So
to watch,
yeah,
this is a cracking track to watch for racing.
On the screens, because you don't see the hardship people are going through to kind of get round. But once again, the good guys make it look good. You know, when you see the guys get it right on a big track like this, which is so difficult, it's great to watch. You know, the cars are fluent and fluid, and, you know, just cruise around like they're just on air.
Yeah.
And then, of course, you get some of the guys that you know, can't string more than half a lap together, and that's really a hard pill to swallow.
It is.
And I see the frustrations from when I was racing, you know, coming out in the people, and it's just so difficult to manage your emotions when things are just, you're not loving the track, you're not getting the results, and everything's just a grind.
So, because of course you manage Team Associated for the team that's here, and you look after the guys at these events. When you've got issues like we've had with the teams at the event here, what is it you're saying to the guys that are really down? How do you relate back to when you were racing? You were having a really hard weekend. You never had a hard weekend. You just won them all. But when you were having a hard time in the real world, how do you relate that back and just go, look, you know, try doing this? What's your kind of advice to them?
I don't know, because in the moment it's, you know, they won't be listening to you because their head's just filled with everything that's wrong and what, you know, expectations of what they wanted and what hasn't happened, and still also working on trying to figure out what they need to be doing to the cars and where they should be driving, and just, you know, seeing the runs disappear and the pressure mounts. So, you know, we've had I'll use Marcus as an example. We were 3/4 of the way through practice. He wasn't overly happy with his car. We were going back to baseline, which is where it was best. Then we'd try a few little things. It wasn't good. We'd go back to baseline, do another run. Then it wasn't the best. Then we'd try something else, and it wasn't the right way, so we'd go back to baseline. So we always ended up reverting back to baseline. Have we got some naked guy on the track? We've got a streaker. And again, Martin. Oh, he won't do it now. He's on camera. But no. So at some point, we kind of said, "Okay, I think enough's enough. You know, we've played around enough. I don't think we're going to get any more from the platform. Now let's just work on having that same feeling underneath you every run. You go out and you just try and improve on your lines, build confidence." Get a real feel for what the car's doing, and don't mess around with too much. Of course, the weather's kind of screwed us a little bit with that, but it meant 4 runs, 3 runs, I think it was, that the car was pretty much identical.
Yeah.
So by the time he went out for Q1, he'd come off from practice with it being exactly the same. The last practice yesterday, I think it was, the same. So he was comfortable, and it showed. You know, he had maybe not the outright raw pace, but he could do 5 minutes, and it was a stellar run. So
well, I think on the thing is, and I think a lot of the guys have got to remember as well, on a track like this with so many different variations of obstacle and jump and slippery, the rubber bit in the middle, you know, the big wall ride, the ripples, there's so much to it. Having a car that works perfectly on every single one of these sections isn't going to happen.
I think the guys expect that these days. You know, it's the cars work so good and you know, are so well honed for these kind of tracks that I think they do expect that. Maybe. And they're probably used to it from back home. And yeah, like back in the day, we'd accept that we'd tried everything that we could to say get more steering on this one particular track, and we said, you know what, you have to take your medicine. It's just not going to steer on that part of the track. So it's good on 95% of the track. Just deal with it as a driver on that section. Yeah. So I think there's probably an element of that, but you know, when these guys are in such close quarters now, and you know, there's tenths and hundreds of seconds between, you know, two fast timed laps, and you know, a couple of seconds over qualifiers, you know, sometimes just a couple over the top 10 positions. Every little counts, and if you're in a qualifier and somebody's faster in that section, and it makes you tense because they've caught a bit of ground, and you know, it plays with your mind a little bit. But you do have that elastic effect in a race where certain brands of cars will be slightly better in a particular part of the track, and other brands will be, you know, better in other parts. So I think just you know, it is a confidence game. So, but going back to, you know, what we tell drivers, obviously Tommy's had a bit of a stinker for two-wheel drive, so he's not really experienced that since he's had such a upward trajectory for performance over a very short period of time. Yeah, you know, nationals, TQs, national wins, European championships, and then national championships have all happened. It feels like pretty much within the space of a year, really. Yeah. But it's not. It's probably not much over that. The start of last year, when it started, when he got his first TQ and his first win was, I think, Kidderminster. Then of course the Euros was in the same year, and then obviously the national championships. It's the back end of this year, so a year and a half, and he's kind of achieved a lot of things that everybody would want to achieve in you know, when racing RC cars. So for him, it's probably a tough pill to swallow. Jamie, I think, had a really bad round at the last national round. Yeah. So he kind of experienced it. Of course, he experienced it again coming here. So it takes a little bit out of you. It takes a little bit of refresh and stuff. But the kids are young enough to kind of just brush it under the carpet and move on. These are the bits that you learn from, and that's what, you know, Neil, myself, and the guys have tried to say to them, that, you know, you will have these. It won't be the last one that you have. And
absolutely, but the lessons you take from it.
I think the Halls, you know, will and have already looked at this and just said, we need to be better on technical sections. How do we go and do that? Yeah. That, you know, so they're already trying to figure out a way in how they can kind of practice that. It's difficult because you can't replicate it so easily. Yeah. They've had exams and all that kind of stuff going on as well, so I think people do forget that. So their time's not been as dedicated to RC. They've had little time than they wanted to prepare. They wanted to get down to 8-scale tracks in the UK and, you know, try some of this really difficult, big, bumpy, gnarly tracks in preparation for this. Not that it would have been anywhere near the same, but it probably would have keyed them in a little bit. Yeah. Not having had like any dry running here in the warm-up. But, you know, Bruno, them guys, they came for the warm-up and they look like they've struggled as well, because the pace of the track just wasn't there for the warm-up race. The layout was different, and you know, they haven't had the days and days of dry running. Marcus obviously did come outside of the warm-up race, so he got lots of valuable time, but he had to come back because he only had one day of practice before his gear was stolen. Yeah. So, you know, they didn't want to. They got the cars relatively good after one day of practice, so they drove home with broken windows and police reports, and then decided that they would come back and kind of finish their testing and get new cars built and kind of up to scratch, because Jonas and I from the past with the TC3s and stuff, we always kind of had a philosophy when we raced on the same team that if the car's working, you then don't go and take it all apart and prepare it for a race. You clean it up, you change and work on the things that are necessary, but you know that car works for that track and was decent, and you leave it. So that's what he wanted to do, but because he hadn't had the opportunity, or the cars that he was running were stolen, he wanted to do it again, so he had to get lots and lots of cars ready. And
as always with kids, eh?
Yeah.
That's what it's like when you're a kid.
So yeah, I mean, fair play to them. They put the time in. I think it was hard work. I was speaking to Jonas, multiple times when he's wrenching in the garage trying to get stuff ready with questions about this and that, and do we really need to do this? And, it was kind of... And he also couldn't remember a lot of the bits and tricks that he'd done to the cars that were working. So it was difficult for him. They struggled to get themselves back up to a good performance level with their new kits, basically.
Yeah.
We all know. I mean, it's like at this end, you can build two cars identical, and they work differently on the track. And Jonas is pretty meticulous with all that stuff. Racing with him in the past was a bit of a nightmare. Constantly cleaning drive shafts and bearings, and with a toothbrush doing gears and running in gears in the TC3 with running in paste, and it was just, the prep work was relentless. And I did ask him why he did it, why he was so, because I call him Mr. Intense, why he was so intense with all this, and he said it was the only way he could beat me. So I did remind him that he didn't do that very often. No, I'm only kidding.
Marcus did say to us, actually, that he said when the cars went, he said, it's one thing having a good car, but you can't build two cars the same.
Yeah, exactly that, yeah. So they got there in the end. If I'm honest, we didn't have the best car on the track. We had one of the strongest-minded drivers, with just guts and determination, but Lady Luck fell in our lap. Marcus won one race all weekend in two-wheel drive.
Yeah.
The one that counted by less than 0.4 of a second over the guy that won the last leg.
Yeah.
Of course, both Jorn and Michael had an opportunity to win it, and it's hard to see. Of course you're excited because your guy gets the win, but I've been in I don't know if I've been in that position where it's it's kind of gone that way, but obviously I know what it means to these guys, and it's I've commiserated both of them, and you don't like to rub these things in, so you don't. It's not fair to do so because of the time and effort that people put in, and I don't begrudge the guys putting in this time and effort. I think it takes a mammoth mental capacity to be able to go and do days and days and weeks of testing at a RC track with all the work that's involved in the preparation, and
it's cost time.
Yeah, it's just it's mind-numbingly tedious.
Yeah, and you look at it and you think, oh, awesome, RC cars, that looks like a great laugh, but you don't realise that to get where these guys have got, that hours and hours they've spent wrenching, not just at a track doing lap after lap, but sat there in an evening at 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock at night, wrenching on a car, getting it ready for the next day. And
it's not just that, it's having your kit ready as well. Screw boxes, part boxes. It's not just all thrown in a bag. These, you've seen I don't know if you've ever done when you do a pit walk, pick a few bags and ask them if you can have a look through the kit.
Okay.
And see how meticulous some of them are, some of them aren't. But I guarantee guys certainly one which stands out to me, which is kind of like ridiculously prepared, is Nuno with Davide.
Yeah.
He's the same with his 8-scale stuff. It's just every part has its place, every box has its place, every bag has its place, it's all just, it's so, he's got everything that he needs, so well prepared. So it's quite impressive to see. I mean, you've probably got both ends of scales, but I'm guessing, a lot of the top guys are kind of prepared that way. Bruno, Michael, they have to be, I think, why grabbing bags to go to races back to back, and
of course,
You know,
Yeah, of course.
I know. In the past, I think I saw a video about Tessman. You know, he's got his Ojo for his on-road. For his 8 scale. He's got his Ojo for his 10 scale. So you know, got different tools, different oils, that kind of stuff in there.
Of course.
Because you need all of the tuning parts, roll bar springs. You know,
and you carry them around. See, I would be the same when I was racing. I would have all the options. I had all the inserts that you'd need, all the different, complete set of springs, virtually a complete set of oils, which you know yourself isn't the cheapest thing to pick up. And you build it all up, and you think, I haven't used a 55 weight oil or a 75 weight or whatever, you know, one of the really thick ones. Never really used it. And then one day, you go, oh my God, that's the one that works. And because you've got it there, you know you're not worried.
And you need it. There's nothing worse than go, oh, have you got this? Have you got that? Can I borrow this? Can I borrow that?
Yeah.
Mick Cragg's one of the worst for that. He'll borrow everything he can to. I think to save him going in his own box to try and find it. He's probably got it. He's probably got 10 of them, but it's just easier for him to. Neil at the beginning of the race said, "Hey Craig, come here, look at this." I said, "What's that?" He said, "Look at this pen." And I went, "All right." And he turned it round, and it's got my name on it. And then I looked in Marcus's pit box after the MKGP, and I was like, "What's this? This shock tool? It's got my initials on it, and my MIP nut driver as well." They're all at it. If they see something they like, they just seem to take it. So, you know, it's part and parcel of being in the pits. It's kind of fun when things are going well, but you know, the other end of the pits, the second pits that's here with the Brits and stuff in, it's not as happy as I've seen it in the past. Kind of a shame that the pits have to be separated, to be honest. So, but it'd be nice to see the morale a little bit higher, because there's kids here that it's their first Euros from the British team, and you want to make it as fun for them as you can do.
I'd like to think if they get to a point where they're going to watch this back to see themselves, they'll see the fun side of it through us.
They will. It's all the heat of the moment and the tensions that are there, the expectations before they come, the time, preparation, effort, cost, all that kind of combined. And then, of course, 1-2 days back, then 95% of these guys will be looking towards the next race.
Absolutely.
You know, some of them have actually got championships to kind of nail down and win. I think the two-wheel drive championship in the UK is between Neil and Tommy. So Tommy could actually get a back-to-back, well, his first double. Well, his first championship and then his first double.
Yeah.
So, excuse me, but I don't know what Neil will have to say about that. I don't know if this will have knocked a little bit of stuffing out of him.
What's he got, 22 UK titles, Neil?
Oh, I've lost count.
It's an insane amount across two-wheel drive.
Hundreds of wins, dozens of titles. Yeah, he's. Do you see him retiring?
No.
Don't you?
No, not until little Rupert's got a controller in his hand and he's the mechanic.
Yeah.
But I think we're a few years off of that yet.
Well, Lee asked me the other day, he said, "When did you know it was time to retire?" And I thought to myself, if you're asking me that question, then you can't be far away.
Yeah, too right.
Oh, what's going on here?
Not too sure. We've been having this weird break, and they've been thrashing the timing up on the screen, so I'm not.
They've got an issue with the timing computer, unfortunately.
Okay.
Who is that?
Oh, there you go. Well done.
Yay.
Well done.
Has Paul just put a virus in the computer?
He possibly has. So, are we at the end now of Q3 Heat 4? So, this is the last one now, isn't it, of qualifying round number 3?
So we started
Correct.
round 1, obviously, with Heat 1, round 3 with round 2 with 3, round 3 with 5.
Yeah. So we've just got this one. That's the end of it, and then we'll be on to the final round of qualifying for the day.
So starting in 7, is it? No. Oh, so this is
Starting
this
in
the final
8. We'll be starting in 8 for the next round.
after this heat.
Yes. So after this heat, then it jumps to.
Start, 8 is it?
I've got
Yep,
time.
8 through to 7.
Brilliant. Oh, so we should have all the fast guys coming up soon then.
Yeah, so it'll be this one, Q4, Heat 4, and then it'll be Heat 8.
So who's in the Heat 8?
I'll let you have a look.
We've got the Ukrainians in this heat as well.
We do. Dmitry Chubb is car number 1, Manny Panesar, car number 2.
Pani Manasar, I'm racing against him next week.
Very nice.
Yeah. Manny.
Frenchman, Sylvain Gallo-Selva is the 3. Cyril Castaldo is the 4. We've got Sven Ruddick, sponsor on the live feed here, in the 5. Joey Cockhill. You know, Joey came in for a chat earlier on. In the 6, Christian McConaughey in the 7. Rene Levezzo in the 8. And rounding us out in this one is Eugene Galley in the 9.
So Sven in round 2 was PQ4? 4th in round?
It's not bad.
I think we should sign him up.
It's not bad. I mean, Joey Cockhill got a 9 in round in the second one.
Amazing. So maybe there is life in the old dogs yet.
Maybe. Yeah.
So I wonder if they can replicate in the dry round.
Well, let's see what happens here. So we'll go off with who do you want to go off with, Craig?
Let's have a look. Who's in it? Let's have a look at Chubb. Let's give Chubb some love.
Go on then, car 1.
And I like his name as well.
So yeah, just gone off. Car, that one. That's it. I think, anyway.
Yeah, we see these guys at the EOS and they're a cracking bunch of guys. I know obviously it's a big thing from being here at the Euros and, EFRA has made that happen, but we see these guys a lot and communicate with them on Messenger and our group apps and stuff. So whilst all the war started over there, we contacted them just to make sure that they're okay.
Oh,
and
Chubb's gone over the line already. Sorry, but he's one in for that one there. Sorry, mate. That's it. Sorry, that was completely my fault for picking the 7 car instead. But this is Dmitry Chubb now.
So what number is he?
That's it. Coming over the bobbles there. He's number 1, I believe.
Well, that's number 2, isn't it? That one.
Oh, that is number 2.
Number
Sorry,
5.
pull out. We'll find him in a second.
My old eyes can't see that.
So Chubb.
That's him. That's his colours.
There we go. Craig knows him.
Yeah. So yeah, we see these guys. Obviously, when all the war kicked off over there, these guys were in a lot of trouble, and at least 2 of them that I know had to vacate the country and get out of there. So it was nice to hear that they were obviously not doing well, but they were safe. So it's good to see them here.
Yeah,
really good.
Of course.
So a great bunch of guys, and they always at the EOS before all of the issues kicked off. I'd always be super proud of their country and have the picture taken with the flag, and everybody else would have the picture taken with them with the flag, and so it's really nice to see that they're safe and here competing really. So
nice. Yeah, they did it with the on the opening ceremony. They were all out in the middle with the flag and all the cars walking. It was really nice to see. Actually, they're definitely proud.
Yeah, really proud. It's nice to see.
Okay,
we kind of lose that side of it a little bit, don't we?
I think we're a bit proud, aren't we?
Yeah, it's the Union Jack was not cool for a while, although it's come back. So I said to the guys next year, I think it'd be nice, our blue kind of like BRCA shirts a little bit kind of dated now, and I think like a nice Union Jack blazer, full Union Jack with a Union Jack bowler hat go down quite well.
I'd be up for that.
Red trousers.
You know I'd be up for that all day long. Shiny shoes.
Shiny shoes, the full works. Get the guys out there.
And a stick. Everybody with a walking stick. Or an umbrella. So he's not doing too bad at the moment. We haven't got... So our actual timing system in here hasn't quite updated. I'm going to have to get them to come in. So we haven't got the lap times on this.
So is this the positions they're running in?
That's it, yeah.
So Pani Manasar's running in 9th. Oh, that's a good sign for me next week.
Oh, off the track.
Oh, belly flop.
On a flip. Let's have a quick look back at that one. Comes off the track.
Doink.
Tries to force the issue. And there you go.
So you can do an instant replay on here. Oh, that's good. Look at him go. So if we got, let's have a look at Sven.
You want Sven Ruddick? He
So-
is the 5 car. Can't tell you where he is on the track.
Just coming over the double now, yellow wheels.
Oh, there you go. Craig's all over it.
Onto the straight now.
Just
That's him.
gone past
That's
that. There
him.
we go. Lovely. There's Sven.
Always well prepared car. Looks nice all the time.
Nicely over the single doubles.
You
But
might-
Jamie was telling us the quick line is to single double it rather than double single it.
Yeah, you just carry. When you double single it, then you've got the landing to contend with on the corner, which you want to be carrying speed to get up to the step up. So it just, whilst you probably believe it's not, you have to check up to get over the first one, scrub the speed and get the downside to get the drive. It just carries more speed on the landing and through the corner.
Yeah, of course.
So it doesn't quite flow for the single part, but I've not seen anybody attempt the quad yet. Sorry, the triple.
Leaded the triple yesterday a couple of times.
And he made it, the big one.
Yeah. The first set of 3 jumps.
Did he really?
Yeah, I've got it on video. Look on the EFRA page at the practice round that I put up.
And made it no problem, or it was a bit
made it.
bit of a struggle?
Hit the down.
Yeah, that's
Because he was doing the quad over the ripples. Like, just lap after lap, he was jumping over the quad. And I never noticed it whilst I was actually doing the video. I never noticed, but when I got back to the hotel and went, I'll just have a quick watch through that, see how it went.
Because I've seen a few of them attempt this, the triple single ripples as a quad.
Yeah.
And do that.
Lee was flying that yesterday. Absolutely flying that as a quad. I think the risk versus the reward for doing it maybe didn't
Negligible.
quite pay off. Saved such a small amount of time to do the quad compared to the triple single that getting it wrong, you had I think probably a far higher chance of getting the quad wrong.
Yeah, it's. I think the biggest thing that they tell me, and I know it from past races where I've had similar issues on tracks, is the whole going away from you and coming straight towards you perception. You just can't gauge speed, and especially there because you kind of lose the car behind the bump as well, and it's one of the furthest points of the track. So
yeah,
I think they're really, and of course you've got the lines on the top of the humps. And all the humps are higgledy-piggledy, but then you've got lines going across them as well. So I think your eyes and your mind are kind of a little bit distracted. It's quite a busy-looking section. It looks quite narrow as well coming into it.
Yeah.
So you're kind of avoiding the inside, which is a higher section. You're trying to get the car wide to straighten it up to approach it straight, and then you can't see it.
Yeah. And
then you can't gauge the speed. So I think that's where a lot of because you watch some of the sections and you go, what are you doing? It looks like you've just completely lost your mind and gone for it. But they say I had no idea how fast I was kind of going into it. So it's a tricky little section. I think if I was racing that bit, the one thing that would kind of get me down on this track is how difficult that little section is.
I think a lot of the guys have, they were, the beginning of the week with the 2-wheel drives, I heard it more, was the upslope on the first double in front of us here.
Oh, yes.
Because the car disappears.
So that was...
You go off that roller, the car disappears, and then all of a sudden you're over it.
And again, that's, this feature was put in for the 8-scale guys because they were coming off the bank and quadding it, and it was just too dangerous. So they tried to slow it down by putting this speed hump in to slow the cars down to stop them, obviously, attempting to do it. But it's a little bit higgledy-piggledy for our cars. And again, you've got this white line kind of diagonally across it. But, I mean, I don't think that would have been such a problem if they weren't trying to navigate the wedge of cheese before it.
Yeah.
It was, the wedge is kind of like, the wedge jumps just...
They don't work, do they? They've never worked. They're never going to work. Then you're never going to get a nice run off of them. And you're never going to get a nice landing if you've just got to go off a wedge onto flat. It just throws them out.
And it's bumpy, and it's, the approach is bumpy. You can't see it because it's tall. It's just, it just didn't work. I don't know what to kill the speed, maybe because I thought the 10-scale cars were coming in there too quick, because obviously that potentially would have been the main straight section.
Yeah.
Maybe that's what they could have done. kind of opened it up and made it into a straight. So actually, the cars are going straight.
Yeah.
And on a section where you could actually have 10 cars starting.
Well, you'd think
together,
with the length of lap time that we've got with this one, and it's a long lap, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know, a 30-second lap is a long lap for a 10th scale car.
It is.
So to have had something like that with with that straight section through the middle, I think don't think it would have been too bad, really. I don't think we would have suffered too much. Might have got an extra lap. I might be looking at 12 laps rather than 11. But it's not a huge amount, is it? Really, it's just that was long. That was a long lap for the 2-wheel drive guys, and for these with the 4-wheel drives. Of course, 30-second laps with these is not a short lap.
But to me, I mean, like, I think 2-wheel drive. Certainly, that was one of the areas that most people said was a bit rubbish. Broke the flow of the track, what flow there is, and made it even more difficult than it needed to be. So, at that point, you do a couple of runs, everybody's in the same boat, nobody likes it. You kind of make an executive decision to say, guys, shall we take it out?
Yeah.
It's not great, doesn't look fun, it's a bit ugly, and the cars just don't work over it. So, should we just take it out and let people enjoy coming through the really difficult jump section? So, but it is what it is. I was always told by my dad, don't complain about the track, which is exactly what I'm doing. So, but I'm not racing, so I'm allowed to. But no, like we've said, it makes for some interesting racing. It's had some great finals. We've had a great event so far up to this point. Not only Marcus winning, but 3 cars in the final, which I'm really happy about.
Mm-hmm.
And then obviously stacked out the B final, plenty in the C and the D and downwards. Actually, we've got the number 1 car brand here, which I'm really proud of. So by popularity, it's been the chosen brand of choice, which is really nice. I don't know if we've had that at the Euros before, where we've been actually the most popular brand.
Okay.
We must have way back when, but I keep stats at home, and I'd need to plug these figures in and have a look and compare and contrast. But we've probably been close, but I don't remember when we were. It could have been maybe in Pinerolo where we had a good number, but then the entries were so low that it was actually low numbers anyway.
Yeah.
So, but no, it would be nice to have a race that's got 150 entries in it.
Man, that's a long day for me, Craig.
Yeah, we could do it.
Well, the MKGP wasn't. Was that? What was that? 13, 14 heats?
Of what, 12 cars or 11 car heats?
Yeah,
was
it must have been about 150 in them. Because they were. I mean, those were killer long days. I can remember my feet almost feeling like they were going to fall off at the end of those.
So would that be a problem for a big size track like this to have 12 car heats?
Oh no, absolutely not. No, 12 going around here wouldn't be an
probably
issue,
not in the rule book, though, is it?
I don't know how.
Although
I don't
some
think
of the rules,
I don't think
some of the rules don't seem to be adhered to here. So does that mean that we can?
We've had step gate going on with the amount of people on steps up there. There's a bit of tape on this pole. Just when he moves his head there,
yeah,
you see it. So if you're taller than the bottom bit of that tape, you can't have a box.
Right.
But we've got like Barak Killick on a box. We've got Bruno Coelho on a box.
Is that because they're still under that height, or they're
under 1.6 metres? They're fully grown men.
I know, but they can still be short. So,
yeah, we've had a lot.
So you're saying they're breaking the rules?
Well, I'm saying that maybe the rules are
there to be broken,
bent a little bit for the shorter drivers. Maybe.
I've never known a Euros where you can, they start the cars off. Obviously, it's an 8-scale pit ramp, and they're having everybody going full chat backwards down the straight.
Yeah.
In all of my years racing, they've been screaming at people not to do that. Yeah, it seems pretty chilled out here until somebody snaps an arm off, I guess.
Yeah.
Which hasn't happened yet. The guys have been fairly sensible, but.
I don't know. Did it happen on the on-road track? Must have had a few arms go there.
Oh, yes. We the Derby race, yeah, there was lots of broken cars. I think there's probably only a handful of cars that didn't come off with broken bits.
The funny thing is, I spoke to Dan Pole when we did the pit walk the other day, and I asked him and said, how expensive on the Destruction Derby then? You think you got a lot of repairs to do? And Duncan went, no, it's fine, yeah, it's all right. And Daniel said, no, it's fine. I looked at Duncan and I went, so was it expensive? And he went, yeah, that was a really expensive race. I've got loads to repair. I've got loads to do.
Duncan will just glue it back together. Yeah. It's quite this. I like where the camera is on the driver's stand because it looks like people are giving some attitude to the camera, and I guess they're just looking at the times.
They are, yeah.
There's a screen up there.
It's great at the end of a race when they come off. You can see the emotion as they come past that door.
So I've not watched any of it back. Did Michael know that he hadn't won it straight away by looking at the screen? Did he? Because I thought because I had no idea. It was somebody else that told me Marcus had won because I for whatever reason, I just didn't think.
No, we didn't.
We were in with
a
a
bit
chance.
like, it was only when we saw the trophy come out. But yeah, I think if you watch that one back, we certainly got some reactions up there. And I don't think he was as pleased with that as he would have liked to have been. But I think he said when we spoke to him, when did we speak to Mark? I think we had a quick interview with him by the banner on yesterday, and he just said I had to give myself 5 minutes and just take myself off and just have a word with myself and calm down a little bit because he was clearly upset with that.
And you would be. It's
well, how many times has he come second at the Euros? It must be. It must. I mean, I'd find that really difficult to take.
Yeah, it's got to be difficult to build yourself up after that each time, and maybe it means he's got a big one in him, a W.
Imagine.
Maybe that's what it's all waiting for.
Yeah, maybe that's the one Schumacher really are putting the effort in for.
So I know the States is going to be a tough one, but maybe there's an on-road one in there somewhere. He seems to like his on-road stuff, and he's kind of and it is. They are great classes when the cars are working well. So he's obviously got a team that puts a lot of effort in as well in that class in that class of racing. So he gets results as well and wins in that. So he's had a tough ride, I guess, with the results that he's had. He has, like you say, I've not really thought about it that much, but he does. He has come in second a lot.
And it's got to be difficult because, like you say, I mean, look, as we spoke about earlier, the amount of time and effort and prep. I mean, there's no shadow of a doubt that Michael is probably one of the most dedicated racers out there as far as that's concerned. He's always at the track. He's always practicing. He's always got a controller in his hand, always spannering or putting a video up or something along those lines. He's an ambassador for the sport, really.
He is, but maybe he's a little burnt out. I don't know. It's I look at him in the pits and he doesn't look like he's enjoying it as much as he should be, really, for where he's at within his racing. I don't know if he feels the pressure. I don't know how he handles the pressure. It's but certainly putting. I mean, he's got to be doing more racing and more testing than anybody I know over Bruno, over the likes of Ongaro. They seem to kind of have like a heavy stint prior to a race, whereas his seems to be
all the time,
constant.
Yeah.
If it's not one class, it's another. But if he's if he's finished one
you
class,
have to be careful though, don't you? Because it will burn you out.
You do, because he's been at it a long time. I don't know what's he got. 2 Euros. He's just won the electric Euros.
Yeah.
So that's one, and he got one at Robin Hood, I think it was, in 16 maybe. Has he got any more on top of that? I'm not sure, but
what, for 10th Offroad.
Yeah, so it's been a while since he's won a Euros at 10 scale. So he's been around a lot longer than you think.
2016 was Neil Cragg.
I don't remember.
There's no two-wheel drive. I've got up to 2019, and we know that the next one after 2019 was Tommy.
So it's four-wheel drive at Robin Hood. So maybe 15.
Orlowski 2015
So
from
2015.
Poland. That was Retford.
Yeah, that was Worksop.
But no others.
Robin Hood on the
No
dirt.
other off-road ones.
So, but yeah, maybe he does need some time off.
Hey, we all need a holiday, right?
He does look like a beaten man at times, but
You know what they do say, though, Craig? A change is as good as a holiday. So, maybe a nice Team Associated contract to do him some good.
well, he's been at Schumacher a while, hasn't he? So, you know, we always hear rumours that this guy's off here and that guy's off there. I did hear, I don't know if it was last year or the year before, that he was possibly off somewhere. I think maybe he was close, I don't know, but this happens all the time. I've heard that Tommy's off to Schumacher next year. Every year I hear that Neil's off to Schumacher.
Neil's never going anywhere.
So
Crazy.
maybe he will for his swan
His retirement
song.
year.
Just drop in and go to Losi or something like that, you know, just to kind of rock the boat a little bit. But
Yeah.
no, it's nice when people stay loyal to a brand,
It is.
and I think it's well respected because of that. You know, it's, I guess like Bruno, you know, you can never see him leaving X-Ray, can you?
No.
But
No, I really couldn't. And, you know, Bruno, Neil... mind you, I didn't think I'd ever see Lee move from Yokomo, but then I was too new into it to know really the history when I was thinking that. But I thought Lee had some great results for Yokomo, and I thought he was great in that team. So I was really surprised when he went from them, to be honest.
Yeah, I think with Yokomo it was just tough company to deal with, not knowing what was going on. Obviously, they had the acquisition. I think the information flow was tricky and limited. I think the company probably to deal with at that time was quite sporadic and not knowing what's going on with the car development. And I think at the time possibly struggling a little bit indoors and with the four-wheel drive wasn't quite up to speed at the time. So when you know you can get the results and you're not getting the results and you're thinking the car's not doing it for you and you can't see the direction or you're not told the direction, then it's it's a tough one. But I don't know, with Lee, he's kind of pulled himself back into it a little bit. He's had some good results at the Nationals, hasn't he, in a couple of hard-fought seconds. So that's good to see him kind of kick on a little bit. But I did think he'd be quicker than he has been. You know, I think he probably did as well.
He did. If you could see his face.
Knowing that them cars are kind of, you know, designed for the tracks that he's racing on. But, you know, it's tough out there. You got to put the time in. And guys like Tommy, Jamie, the Holsworths, you know, they're putting a lot of time in and dedicating a lot of time. And it gets harder and harder to compete. You know, Neil's struggling to compete against them guys now. So credit to him for being able to, really, because he's not doing the testing days and the practice times. And it's, you know, it's a tough ask. But then Neil's always kind of relied on his natural ability. You know, as being one of them that needs less track time than anybody else and less practice. And that's probably what's given him such an extended career. You know, the fact that he doesn't burn himself out, he doesn't kind of get wrapped up in racing outside of racing. It's just, you know, racing is his racing, and you know, once he's put his transmitter down and got back home on a Sunday night, that's it until the next time he goes racing. Well,
he said to me a long time ago. I remember we had him on the Big Blue Tent podcast. I think many years ago now. And I think one of the things he said to me was that Dad always keeps him grounded, so Mick always keeps him grounded, and said, you know, he said, you know, I could make a career out of this, and I could earn enough to pay my bills and that sort of stuff. I could do it, but Dad won't let me.
Yeah,
I've got to have a career. I've got to have a job aside from this, because this ain't going to last forever.
Yeah.
And I was like, wow, that's actually, do you know what? Then you are just incredibly talented at throwing a toy car around a track.
He always reminds me, I always compare, like, Lee and Neil to, like, Kinwald, and obviously different generations, but the Kinwald and Pavidis kind of, like, national fight, if you like.
Yeah.
You know, Kinwald and Pavidis, they ran different brands. two brands head-to-head, and basically completely different approaches to racing. Back then, they were doing the most track time, but I bet it wasn't a patch on what the guys are doing this day and age.
Yeah.
But, Pavidis was the talented driver, raw talent, and Kinwald was the consummate professional who won through setup, knowledge, tricks and tips.
Yeah.
Mark won on raw talent. He would hustle a car and get a car that wasn't necessarily as fast or as well set up around a track. So, and I think a little bit the same with Lee and Neil. Lee can be unbelievable. He's got such a nice, smooth driving style when things work well. He's such a fluid driver. But he had to put the time in to be as fast as he was. Whereas Neil, natural ability, just, rock up, kind of work through, get himself up to speed, and then, go and win and do that. So,
I'd have to agree with you because, just looking at Lee there, I do think Kinwald.
So it's Lee's got a young family now, and career to think about. Maybe his focus is a little bit elsewhere. He's tried the brand switch, which should motivate him, and he was going out and doing testing. But obviously he's not come here. He's not done any of this. He was working away in Paris, and so his mind is probably elsewhere. And at that age, against the young kids, you're always going to be playing catch up.
Yeah, of course.
I'm sure on any given day, if somebody gave him a car that worked for him, of course he could race with these guys again. So could Neil.
Yeah.
But that's the missing piece.
Yeah.
That it's just not quite right.
Yeah.
This track, unfortunately, I hate saying it, but it has made the old guys look a little bit old. Yeah, it feels like the change of the guard a little bit now. And the
I
kind
think
of...
we saw it at Robin Hood, didn't we? We really saw it at Robin Hood with Tommy and Marcus coming through in the way that they did. And I don't think going into that anybody went, Tommy Hall's going to smash this, and Marcus Garrett's going to come in and romp the four-wheeled. Orlowski, Lee, Neil. The top names you'd always see in the top 10, 20, they were on the list all the time. But now, you look at the top 30, the top 3 heats that we've got here. So Group 9, Group 8 and Group 10. And pick a top 10 out of all of them, out of the top 30.
Yeah. It's making Ongaro look old, isn't it? Hey, all this. I was gutted for Jorn, to be honest, in the two-wheel drive, because I was plugging for Jorn. And I didn't think I'd ever say that, but being one of the older gentlemen of the field, it's nice to see them kind of, and it's been years since he's won a Euros as well, so it would have been kind of nice to see, of course, if we weren't in the mix, which actually, at the time, at the end of qualifying, I thought a podium would have been good for us, in all honesty. So, getting third was kind of like second would have been a bonus. Obviously, we won through events that took place, but yeah, I really wanted to see Jorn do well.
Yeah,
I think having been knocked down from the Schumacher team and kind of like having to pick himself up again and then put the time in and being so dominant in qualification. He looked absolutely stellar. Practice and qualifying,
almost untouchable, really.
Yeah, it was, but he was really gracious and. He's been around long enough to know, but I'm sure he's thinking that his opportunities are running out. I don't know.
Maybe.
You've got to be.
Maybe.
He's got a good few titles under his belt. 7 maybe or something?
Yeah, 7 for Jorn.
So it's, yeah.
Yeah, he was looking solid, and it was lovely to see him up there with where you feel he should be with these guys,
He's another one that's, is a bit of a... He's been a bit of a bridesmaid. Of course, he won a lot of EOSs and all that kind of stuff, but had the failure at the Worlds in Finland when he should have won that one. Really, it was his. He was so dominant all through the event, and then
sometimes it goes like that, doesn't it? You can dominate. You can dominate qualifying all day long, but it's those finals, those 3-leg finals.
What do you think's harder to swallow? A mechanical malfunction that never ever happens, Like, I think he had something break on his motor or something that stopped him winning the Worlds, or a choke.
Yeah.
What's harder?
I mean, a breakage you can take, but if you choke, that's down to you.
Yeah, that's what I think.
Do you know what I mean? I would go, oh, damn, yeah, my motor's blown up, my battery's got on fire. Oh, yeah,
Wasn't
not
my
really a lot I
fault.
can do with that. Right, who am I texting now to get some money back, kind of thing. But if I've just decked it into a wall because I've been a twit, trying to overjump a jump or trying to race somebody a bit too hard when I know I shouldn't, who else can you blame?
Actually, the touring car Worlds was... I don't think I've ever won a leg of a Worlds final. And I was leading the one in Torino, the one that Andy Moore won. I can't remember which leg it was, but there'd been chaos, and we'd come through the pack, and I can't remember if Rick ended up leading in front of me, or if I ended up leading in front of... I think I ended up getting into the lead, and I had it's very early stages of brushless systems, and also kind of like we had bonded rotors. Sintered rotors weren't allowed back then.
Okay.
And Bob Novak was, kind of helping me with the Novak team and stuff, and I was leading the leg through incidents that took place, and I think I led for 2 or 3 laps. I was in a really comfortable spot.
Yeah.
Cruise control. I had a motor shut down, a speed controller shut down, thermaled on me. So I pulled over, pretty peed off with it, and Rick went on to take the lead. Rick Howard, I think it was. And I think he did 3 laps in the lead, and then he had a thermal as well. So both of us ended up parking up. But I think when we took my motor apart at the time, which wouldn't have got teched because I didn't get I think we'd accidentally put not me, but whoever was doing the work at the time had put a sintered rotor in. So had I won that leg anyway, it probably wouldn't have counted. But the early days of brushless were painful as well.
Yeah, I bet they were. We seem to have a team managers meeting going on at the moment. Now, I can only imagine that's down to some issues with the timing system. Nobody's given us an update on it yet. But it looks like there's a team managers meeting. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take the opportunity, Craig, and I'm going to go for a natural break. But I think we do have... Matt, are you still around?
Yeah, I'm around. What I'm thinking is we'll play a few ads out, we'll get the gist of the situation, and then we'll come back and find out if we're going to have any more qualifying today.
That sounds
we
like a
talking
brilliant
to?
idea. Matt McCallum
It's
back in the UK.
the one and
where
only.
that voice was coming from.
He's looking around
I was
in
like,
here.
What do you mean? I'm under the desk. I'm down here under the
Well,
desk.
I thought I recognised your voice, but you didn't talk much, and I was like, I kept looking over at the camera guy, thinking his voice doesn't match his look.
Wondered.
Oh, you should have joined in the conversation.
I don't want to get in the way. It was flowing lovely.
It's riveting, isn't it? Hey, do you have a little
Absolutely.
snooze? Am I still on air?
No.
Yeah, we're still
Oh,
on.
am I?
We're still there.
Did you have a little snooze, Matt?
I was sat there thinking of all the sponsors we have on the screen, thinking, oh, God. Anyway, yes. Nice little associated half hour. Brilliant.
Yeah, there you go.
Super.
Well,
Well,
don't forget that associated half hour.
Actually, that wasn't the intention, to be honest with you.
It has been brought to you by Schumacher Hobby Wing, X-Ray, Rodog.eu and S-Works at the EFRA 1/10 Off-Road Euros for 2023 here at Rayco 2000 in Utrecht in the Netherlands. This has been Greg Drescher. I've been Matt Guppy. We're going to fade out now and leave you with some ads and take the opportunity to get a natural break in. But we'll update you probably in the next 10-15 minutes, hopefully, if we can get some news by then after the managers' meeting, and we'll come back to you with some updates. Thank you very much, Craig. You've been an absolute legend as always.
You're welcome.
So last couple of corners, Tommy Hall comes through. Down the straight goes, European champion for 2022. What a race, what a championship.
That's crazy, man. I can't believe it.
Flicks it up nicely through the step up into the switchbacks. And your European four-wheel drive champion, Marcus Carup, takes it across the line.
Good, making my dad proud. It means a lot to me, so it's good to win.
So we're back. Well, we're not exactly back.
No, we're not really.
We're back for now.
For a minute or two, anyway.
I'm going to remove this graphic because it's in bad taste now.
It is in bad taste. Okay, so it appears that the program running the timing system has had a moment. It's had a moment to itself, and it's decided it's going to keep itself to itself until tomorrow.
Oh, no.
So, I'm not 100% sure whether we're abandoning this last round because I don't think we got the last one in, did we? We didn't get the Heat 4.
No, we had one to go.
Yeah, so because everybody couldn't run, they've been talking about doing it, counting manually for the last heat. I don't think anybody in the managers' meeting was very impressed with that. So that was the talk. So the issue then was everybody's going, well, what if you don't fix it tonight? What if you don't fix it tonight? We've got to run in the rain tomorrow, etc., etc., etc. So there's a few chats about it being done manually. I mean, I don't think that's possible. I don't think that's possible for the rest of the race meeting. However, there is going to be an awful lot of work going on overnight tonight to fix the system or the issues in it. So hopefully what will happen is we'll come back tomorrow. We have to get, I think, 3 rounds of qualifying in. Bright and bushy-tailed, as we always are at RCTV and Control Sport. Bright and bushy as ever. So I think what's going to happen is we are going to shut the stream down now. Unfortunately for you guys, I'm really, really sorry. We were hoping for an extra round of qualifying rather than a shortened second to last round of qualifying. So really, really sorry. There isn't anything anybody can do. There are some very, very upset team managers, I can tell you now. That wasn't the most pleasant team managers meeting I think I've ever been a part of. However, everybody's fighting for you guys out there to make sure that we can bring some content to you and that the racing does continue tomorrow. However, for today, that is it. That's it from us. That's it from Rayco 2000. And that is it from the EFRA Euros 2023. Just for today, we'll be back tomorrow with some four-wheel drive finals. And weather permitting, the last round of qualifying. So, that's it from us. I've been Matt Guppy. We've been RCTV. That's been Awesome Jim up on the camera. Over there, you're just about to hear him, has been Matt McCallum.
Goodbye. Hello and goodbye.
We will see you all tomorrow morning. Thanks everyone for tuning in.